We got a microphone right there.
Oh, next to Monica. Test microphone.
Testing. Oh, there it is.
Thank you. I don't think our microphones are on, so before you talk, they do have to be turned on. Talk close to these. These are.
You want me to just, or it doesn't matter? Ryan French, Alpena County. As a product of Alpena Public Schools and a parent of two students, I'd like to ask the board some questions about the decision to possibly bring on a second law firm for legal representation. What issues have we had with the district's legal representation prior to their legal advice to not adopt a bathroom policy? I quickly looked through the notes from most of the last year's meetings and failed to find one instance where members disagree or even debated the job being done by the current law firm. 2, if that is the case, can you tell the taxpaying citizens of Alpena County why you are looking to bring in a new law firm if not a single complaint or discussion about the district's legal representation happened prior to this? 3, if the answer to that question is to have a second opinion, my follow-up question would be, what other law firms have you asked to present to the board? If we're going to make what I assume is a substantial financial investment, we must have asked other law firms to present why they would be a good fit as the district's legal counsel. Surely a board that took 20 minutes questioning $15 differences in lawn care bids got bids and presentations from at least 10 other law firms, considering this decision could potentially cost the district hundreds of thousands of dollars. 4, in a position that is supposed to be void of politics, and the members of this board that are pushing for Kelman continue to deny that political views are involved, why are we courting a law firm that stands very clearly on one side of the political spectrum? 5, has anyone on the board reached out to the county commissioners of Ottawa County about their experience with Kelman law? Have you asked why the legal bills of the county went from $240,000 in 2022 to over $730,000 in In 2023, the first year the group represented the county. Has anyone reached out to ask why the commissioners voted to terminate their contract with Kelman earlier this year after just 2 years on the job? 6, has anyone reached out to Allendale Public Schools and asked about the job Kelman has done for them? I would hope that a board who is looking to replace a law firm that represents 500 school districts would call the one the new group represents. I would guess that other parents, teachers, and taxpayers would love to hear the feedback of Allendale school members who voted both for them and against them. I look forward to hearing these answers from the board. Thank you for your time.
Okay, we will move on to our discussion items. First up, we have our board governance training with Kelly.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me tonight, folks. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you for the next few hours. Anyway, my name is Kelly Horst. I'm a consultant with the Michigan Association of School Boards. For 8.5 years, I was a school board member for Clarkston Community Schools, which is a district in northern Oakland County, about 8,500 students. I served 4 years as their president, up until 2023 when I resigned to move up north where my husband had taken a job a few years earlier than I had anticipated, or I would still be serving a term down there. But we now reside in beautiful northern Michigan, which, as we all know, this time of year is heaven on earth and the only place to be in the state of Michigan. So now I have spent the last 1.5 years consulting from time to time with MASB, doing this kind of work. Now sharing what I learned in the 8.5 years as a school board member, and then working with other school boards, writing and speaking on topics related to school boards, primarily on topics just like this. This is what I found to be most interesting, were topics related to organizational effectiveness, efficiency, how to run better and more effective as a board. I spoke at several conferences. I've written in Leaderboard magazine, and so I get really excited when boards say, hey, can you come help us work through some of these issues? So I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be here with you tonight and just have a conversation. Sitting and talking is a little unusual for me. I tend to be a very energetic speaker, and I have a hurt paw toward tendon in my hand, so I'm sorry for this. It looks a little funny, and I'm going to try not to knock everything over. It hinders me in a couple of ways, and when I get up to write, I'm also left-handed. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. So I'm going to try to sit very calmly instead of using my hands. We'll see how that goes. That's a little bit about me. I look forward to getting to know you a little more here tonight as we talk. While I do have this presentation and there is some stuff in here I have to get through, this is a presentation that you will be reimbursed for by the state. So that's the good news. The part of that is hinders us a little bit is that there's some content that we're required to talk about. What I'm hoping is that as we go through it, we're able to address some of the issues and ideas that come up as we talk that are specific to you. And obviously, Dr. Rabideau and I have had a couple of conversations getting ready for tonight. So I'm interested in what's going to help you, right, the most. I mean, I can sit here and lecture to you, to any board, really. I can bring a presentation and hit the buttons and talk and leave and, say, okay, I did what MASB wanted me to do. But that's not what excites me about coming and helping other boards and share what I've learned and what I've experienced in, 10 or 11 years of being a board member and working with other boards. So I hope that this is a two-way conversation, and if we need to pause and have a sidebar and talk about things that come up, that questions that come up, that's what we'll do. I just have to make sure we get through kind of the 4 areas that MDE wants us to get through so you get reimbursed as a board, and we're making good use of the dollars that you're investing in this training. So with all that, we're going to get started. We will talk some tonight about norms and, kind of what is good behavior at the table, I guess, and so I want to start there. I don't think this will be a problem. I mean, we're all professionals. We all want to behave in a way that models good behavior for our students and our community. So these are the rules that I want to start with, and if you want to add any to it, absolutely we will, but I'm certainly hoping that you'll be engaged with our conversation tonight. I mean, it isn't really fun for any of us to know that we're going to sit here for a few hours if all I'm doing is lecturing to you. So I hope that you'll be engaged with me and that we'll share your thoughts and your responses. Obviously, I hope that you will listen for understanding and take anything that is said here, from that perspective, that we're all trying to learn here together. We obviously want to respect others' viewpoints. I come to every board, and including the boards that I sat on, and believe me when I say boards that I sat on, I'm a big believer in that every Board of Education changes every 2 years. And so in 8.5 years, I sat on 4 different boards because new board members joined, and those boards change. They change in terms of personalities, they change in terms of values, they change in terms of viewpoints, and so boards turn over and boards change. So we are going to be respectful tonight of everybody's viewpoint, every individual board member's viewpoint, and what they bring to the table. I ask that you silence your devices so we don't get interrupted tonight while we talk. I made sure and silenced mine as well, and if it goes off, I will throw $20 into the kitty, and you can use it to buy some books for one of your schools. We're going to respect airtime. I get to talk the most because I'm in charge. I'm in charge for the next 3 hours, but other than that, hopefully all 7 of you, all 8, I guess.
You keep adding time here. Just
I
we
know,
said
I'm
hours,
sorry.
Now we're going to 3.
Well, I technically have 3. I won't go over 3, and hopefully we will be less, right? I'm sure that's what you're hoping. Yeah, he's going to take my pie back is what's going to happen, but I'm protective of it. So we're going to respect everybody's airtime, and I feel like if someone is talking a little too much, maybe we'll police ourselves and try to make sure that everybody has a chance to share what they're thinking. Are there any other rules here that we need to throw out, or we feel like that's a good enough start? Okay. I hate starting with that. So let's start with something fun, because I'm sure this is not what you really wanted to sit here and talk about for the first couple of hours of your meeting. So give me 1 or 2 of you who are willing to look at this and tell me how you're feeling about this whole topic. I'm number 9, because I told you I like talking about this stuff. I mean, I think this is what, makes this work fun, when we're working effectively and efficiently and all on the same page. So I'm super excited to be here with you tonight. It's been a little bit since I've gotten to do this with a board. So I'm the happy sheep. Who wants to be the brave first person? And it's okay if you're 3 or 4. I don't mind. I'm going to win you over by the end of the night.
Number 1. Sorry.
That's okay. You brought me pie. I'll let you get away with that. Why do you say that, AJ?
It's really nice outside.
Yeah.
All right, I can appreciate that part.
There's a lot of other stuff that needs doing tonight.
Okay. I can appreciate that your agendas are busy, and I've seen it, and I know you have some heavier and important things on the agenda tonight. But I would argue that what we're going to talk about is going to help you get through a lot of these things, I think, in a little, it's going to make the things that you have to do easier. How's that? Anyone else? I appreciate you speaking up for me. So let's start with sort of an assessment, sort of a state of the board, if you will. Let's just spend a little bit of time just putting it out there. Like, how are we as a team? And let's talk about a couple of definitions. Because, I mean, I'm sure you've all heard this, right? This is a board superintendent team. This is the team that sets the tone for the district. And when we're operating as effectively as we can, that's what we should be viewed as, a board superintendent team. So here's one definition: a group of people with different backgrounds, skills, personalities, and styles with a common purpose who are working together to achieve clearly identified goals. And I'll let you chew on that for a second and feel like if that applies here. Here's a second definition, and I love this guy, Simon Sinek. Is everyone familiar with him? He's the one that talks about your why. And every one of you ran for board because you had a why, right? Why did you join the board? I'm not going to ask anyone necessarily to share that, but you all did. And trust me, I had to do it a couple of times, and it wasn't easy. It was hard work, and it may have been painful, to get through some of those elections, but you all did it. And you were successful at it, right? So you all had a why for why you did it in the first place. He has a little bit different take. A team is not a group of people that work together. A team is a group of people that trust each other. And I think there's a couple of important concepts in there. What words and phrases jump out the most? Trust is one. How does that word apply to this group? And I would ask you to be candid in this conversation. I mean, I realize we're in a public meeting, I realize people watch, but I think if we're going to, in the end, come up with some ways to be a more effective group, which is my hope, as I said, rather than just me sitting here, throwing 30 slides at you, let's be frank when we're talking. Let's be respectful, but let's be frank. So
That's easy when you don't have drawn swords waiting for you outside.
I can appreciate that. I absolutely can. I can appreciate that. And if I hadn't been where you are, it'd be real easy for me to say what I say without knowing that I've sat where you are.
Fair enough.
So okay. So trust. I'm going to guess. Maybe a question mark.
I would say we trust each other's intent here. What we don't trust is the public's perception of what we're doing.
So you think the public is misinformed?
Not misinformed. I think the public doesn't necessarily view us, perhaps me, maybe I shouldn't.
Let's just say us. Okay.
That, sorry, should have thought about this a second. Like I said, drawn swords are waiting for us.
I understand.
And they often, I think, have a preconceived notion of what we're trying to do.
Every once in a while, I'm going to get up and write.
I guess I trust everybody at the table to be professional, to be courteous, and to not go out after the meeting and trash each other, whether it's social media or at the coffee shop.
Okay. Okay. Anyone have a similar, different take?
I think what you're kind of getting at is I'll just go out and say it. Not everybody will agree with me on this, but this is, I think many of us, this is our perception of what happened.
Yes.
There were many, what's the word I'm looking for? Hyper-political, just wildly political initiatives that started to seep into our school systems. It's been a long time that's been happening, but it started particularly, 2020, 2021. Mm-hmm. So there were those of us who actually were elected to the board by the public to bring things back so that they would be more in line with community standards.
Yeah.
And not everybody's community standards are exactly the same, but, this is kind of what happened. So, many of us get finger pointed by, multiple people, for bringing politics into the district and into the board. But in reality, at least from our perspective, we're doing exactly the opposite. We're trying to pull politics out of it and return the educational environment to a more neutral place. Not everybody is on board with this. And again, I think that the last couple of elections, we've had some real big changes on the board. I believe the public believes in what we're doing. Not everybody shares that view. So that's kind of the friction that we have going on between, let's be honest, some staff, board members, and of course the public. So I think this is why you're sensing some tension and whatnot. We're just in a difficult place.
Okay. Understood. Thank you for the candor.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the first one. Common purpose is italicized. And I think it might speak a little bit to what you said, Eric.
Mm-hmm.
Is Eric okay?
Yeah,
Dr. Lawson?
sure.
Okay.
No, it's fine.
All right. Do you feel a sense of common purpose? And I know, and I say this knowing you're undergoing a book study, right? I sort of see this workshop maybe as a companion to the book study that you're undergoing, right? And I understand it focuses a lot on, trying to focus your thinking on student-driven versus adult-driven, but let's be honest, there's a lot of adult-driven business that gets done, especially at your level. But talk to me a little bit. You grabbed the microphone, so I didn't want to cut you off. Common purpose, what does that phrase mean?
Honestly, I think that everybody here does have a common purpose or common intent for being here. We all want what's best for the district and the kids. Where I think there's become increasing tension is that we may not necessarily agree on the approach to get there and have different values or perspectives. And as Eric said, the community did elect us to present those specific goals, if you will. And it's such an interesting time in history where if an individual maybe doesn't, even though we have a shared purpose, if they don't agree with your approach, it has turned into an all-out attack, actually. And it's become quite, what's the word I'm looking for, but hostile at times. And, Facebook and social media certainly plays into that. And so I think a lot of times the conception, like AJ was saying, is that there's an agenda, but we have the shared purpose. You just don't agree with us. And that's okay as adults to disagree, as long as we have conversation about it and are respectful. But it's such an interesting time in history where that is out the window, and it's an immediate attack. And so there's personal attacks against every one of us. Well, not every one of us, but a lot of us, because certain individuals maybe don't agree with us. Yet, the community overwhelmingly voted for us based on exactly what we represent. And so, again, I agree with Eric. I don't think it's political. I think the community wanted us to bring somewhat of correction. But when you do that, some people take it very, they take offense to that.
Yeah.
So it's created tension.
Sure. All right, so good. I'm glad to hear, and I'm gonna just look around the room and sort of get maybe a shake of heads, right? Common purpose here for students, and I think what you said is valid, absolutely, is that it's okay to have that shared common purpose. We want what's best for students. It's also okay to say we may have different viewpoints on how we get there. And I'm looking at 7 elected school board members who were all elected by your community, maybe in different years, but every single one of you can make the argument, we all showed up at this table with a mandate from our community in one way or another, right? Every single one of you. At different times, you were all elected by your communities. And so I think if I were to try to summarize what the idea of effective governance is, and that's one more word I'm going to get to in just a minute. What I'm going to say before we get to all of the, sort of handouts and, definitions that are inherent in the content here is then how do you balance just what you said? 7 different people, 7 individual thinkers with different perspectives, different values, different viewpoints, who all have a right to them and have a right to come to this table and say, here's what the community wants, and it may be different for each of you, yet we have to make decisions together. And putting some structure to how you do that is what I think we're trying to talk about tonight. And putting some structures, let's put an S on that, structures that allow you to still be true to yourself and have some of those difficult conversations and sometimes argue about it, maybe often argue about it, yet still come out at the end with decisions where you can say, made my case, but we can still feel good about the decisions that are being made. We can still support the decisions that are being made, or we can still see pieces of what we value represented in the decisions that are being made, is where we want to be able to get to. Does that make sense? it's a difficult thing to do, especially when you feel very, very strongly about what you believe and what you want to accomplish, right? Because there's a bunch of you. And so, but the type of governance we're talking about doesn't necessarily mean my way or the highway. Or I'm going to do this. I mean, that's just simply not the type of governance that a school board is. And so that's, sometimes that's very difficult for people to understand when they join this kind of sort of, I'll call it a consensus board, is one way people refer to this. So let's talk about the word effective for 1 minute before we move on. Because, this is called effective governance, right? How do we be, what does it mean to be effective? So, write this. I don't have it on the slide. I'm actually doing pretty good so far with the left hand. So what does effective look like? What does effective governance look like? Or what is, if this board is operating as effectively as it can, what does effective look like?
I think, it takes some inspiration from our book study
Okay.
and say that improve student outcomes
Okay.
is certainly going to be a big part of what that means. Maybe not the only part, but it's a really big one.
Okay, what else? What else does effective governance look like? Or just being more effective? At this level, at the board level? If we don't know now, hopefully we'll know by then. Yes, sir.
I would say making sure that everything is still running.
What do you mean still running?
We have money available, all bills are covered, and we have a adequate amount of staff.
Your yearly stuff to take care of the organization, your budget gets completed,
We're not sitting here having a conversation about which school are we gonna close, which group of teachers we're letting go, because we're not in a position to maintain the education that people are looking for.
Okay, so fiscally, we're in good shape.
I'd say it goes a little bit deeper than that.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a key component of it, but I would say the staff portion, because we can have all the money necessary, but if we are short 10, 15 teachers every year, which we're close oftentimes, but we can't run then.
Okay.
Picking up on the staff concept, though, that's we're starting to it's starting to look a lot like our strategic plan. That we want to make sure that we have staff who are also that we're enabling them to be effective, and that they're happy, that we can retain them and recruit. We've created an environment which is healthy for staff. So I feel like that goes along with the fiscal and responsibility end of things. Like I said, it's starting to look like our strategic plan, but I think that means we have a good strategic plan.
Okay.
But also with it, you have to set us clearly established goals that are measurable with timelines to accomplish those.
Oh, man, Eric, you just.
Came out of the book study, but I've been saying it for like a year now, so I'll throw that out there.
Okay.
But, in order to be effective, you also have to have measures
Yeah.
to determine if you are becoming effective. Otherwise, if you aim at nothing, you're gonna hit nothing.
Okay. All right. Now, good. Now, I'm glad
Can I
that.
pull- I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead.
Can I pull Miss Sarah Fritz in on this? What would your definition of effective be coming from an educator background?
I don't know if my mic's on.
yes.
I'm sorry, if you
I
don't
did
have
I
a,
did get one text just from someone watching online, and they said, please use your mics, it's really hard to hear.
Okay.
So, and
Yes.
I don't know if it was for me or,
Yeah.
so.
the grade button.
It might have been when mine was not.
Okay, and then look at the little screen, it'll say. Yep, there you go.
Okay, got it. I think as an educator, as a former educator, I think you have to have qualified teachers, a good curriculum, and supportive staff for that curriculum like we have. I think that on the strategic plan that we taught, that Dave went over on, I don't know if I have it here, the teacher clarity point, and all of those points on that first thing that we did, and I wish I could pull it out faster. You kind of put me on the spot here.
Wanted to make you sweat.
No, that's okay. I got it. I've been in front of a classroom. All those things that Stephanie and Matt had put together in that teacher clarity, I think that if we can structure our testing across all 6 elementary schools using the benchmark advanced, and we use that data to measure our students' goals, our teachers' goals, and then of course we have all of the standard testing for the upper grades. If we can just pull that all together and make sure that we're doing the same thing across all of our schools and all of our teachers, so that we all can look at the same data and say, and where we can fill in the gaps. And I'm also talking about, coming from my former district, we went and pulled every single and looked at every standard and what students had that standard and what students needed to be have support because there was a gap in their education. So I think if we pull that all together, and we have the coaches, we have Title I, and with all those things to help pull our teachers up. Now, I know that we've got some teachers that are new to the game and are going to need a lot of support. And this is a total different time than when I taught, because we all came in with certification and all that. And now we're in a whole different atmosphere where we're hurting for teachers. So some of them are on probation. I was when I started teaching. I had a probation. I had 3 years to finish my certification. I did it in a year and a half. But anyway, so we've got this, and they're new, and so we've got all the supports there. I just think we need to putting in those more supports, and I think that's what an effective school system does, is we support our teachers, we support our administration, and we let them do their job. And we trust that they will do their job to the best of their ability, and if they're not, we can't shame a teacher that comes to say, I need help.
Right.
So that's what I think is an effective school.
All right. Thank you all very much. So I just passed out the first of a few handouts I'm going to leave with you tonight, and I'm going to try to talk into the microphone a little more. Thank you for that reminder. 8 traits of an effective school board, and I appreciate everything you said, and I'm trying to capture some notes up there behind me. But notice that the focus of what you said really focused on how you would define whether or not the district is effective. Is the district effective? And you gave some very concrete examples of how you would evaluate whether or not the district is doing a good job. And so I'm asking you really tonight, and certainly they kind of go part and parcel, but what I'm asking you tonight, and what really we're talking about, is to hold up the mirror to this body and say, how are we being effective, and how are we as a governance body, and how are we operating as a governance body? So here's a handout you can take with you. We won't go through all of it because a lot of this is sort of threaded throughout our conversation, right? But, what are considered the traits of an effective board? And so things like, that we're committed to high expectations for student achievement. That's on there too, right? So as long as the board is committed to that, you're going to hold the district accountable to that. That you do have a common vision, shared vision about what students are capable of. That you're accountability driven. That talks a little bit about the measurable goals. So I think it's a matter of perspective, right? So the things that you're saying you want to see in the district, these are things that you say, yes, this is what we are holding ourselves accountable to, and that we're articulating that. We're able to articulate that to our superintendent and make sure that he is holding his team accountable to that, and that he's demonstrating that to us. So that might be something that you're thinking about in terms of, where are those opportunities for us to have those conversations with him, or is he having those conversations with us at that level? That we do have a good relationship with our community, that we are able to be that middle ground between the community and the district, that we are taking the message from them about what do they want to see in their schools, and we are able then to be the, sort of the megaphone for what the schools are doing back to the community. I mean, they're kind of in the middle. And I had someone tell me during COVID, speaking of, COVID, that's when I was the board president in Clarkston, and I had coffee with a citizen who, what was the phrase you used, AJ, a minute ago?
Drawn swords?
Yes, who I think that's a very apt metaphor, who held a, yeah. And I had coffee with this gentleman, and he looked at me and said, don't forget, that you are also our advocate too. There was that point, I think, where it was, we were all just trying to get business done, right? And that comment really stuck with me. He's like, you're supposed to be, representing us, not just talking about what the district is doing, but talk about what we need as well. And so that really struck me as like, we go both ways. The board sort of sits in the middle of what both entities need. So I just thought, here's sort of a nice moment in time to say, we were focused a lot on what makes the district effective, but I also want us to focus tonight on what makes the board effective. That really is kind of the focus of what we're talking about. So take a second and read this slide. It just sort of gives a sense of, where you think you are functioning as a board. And this is one of those kind of group development slides. Where are we? Are we in a stage where we don't have a clear sense of purpose or shared team goals, no understanding of, where we sort of contribute to the overall, sort of value of the organization? Are we won over? And this idea of forming, storming, norming, performing. Are there power struggles and conflicts in the group? Are we trying to seek understanding of where we contribute? Are we seeking clarity on goals and vision? Are we seeking meaning and purpose? Or are we won over? That we understand our values and we've reached an agreement on how we do things. We understand our roles and context in the context of the team purpose. We understand our individual responsibilities in the context of the team. Or are we all the way to the right? That would be the highest functioning. That we're aligned with the team vision and purpose. We understand individual and team roles and values. We're able to focus and get things done. And healthy conflict allows for collaboration. Which column do you think this board fits in right now?
I would say storming, but we're trying, I feel like everyone at the table is really trying to move forward, but we're just not there yet, so.
Okay. Anyone disagree?
I think we're a mixed bag, depending on the subject and the area. We had a lot of good collaboration with our strategic plan. Lots of things came together, but not every area is like that. So I feel like we're kind of mostly in with the middle two, touching the performing, on certain areas.
Okay.
I'll beat Eric to it. I don't think we have goals established.
As a district?
Well, we're working on that. But even as a board, I don't think we have, and that actually with your first slide, I wrote a note. When most of us, there's 4 of us at a time that joined here, we were in the middle of a serious mess. We were just kind of dumped in, and I think it was 3 months before we got that mess cleaned up, and by then it was go with the flow here. Here's your next pile of stuff that you got to work through.
Gotcha.
So for almost 2 years there, we didn't really have any goals as a team
Okay.
other than surviving.
Sometimes surviving is the goal, but we want to be past that. Effective governance is a step past that. Okay. All right. So here's where we're going to get to the heart of really what we're doing tonight. These four areas. And so when you talk about, the type of governing body, really that you are. I mean, it really is unique. And you can look at, the different sort of governing bodies, even in your own community. And I look at what we had in Clarkston, I look at where I live now, it's a much smaller community. And you can probably point to the one that's just a bit of a mess, right? And in my community right now, it's more of the township. I mean, they're trying to close the dump and we're all upset about it. And, and then they're the ones fighting. They went and changed a street name and everyone got upset about it. And that's not what you want to be. I mean, the community knows. The community knows who is the mess. And so how do we use these 4 dimensions to really understand the type of governance that a school board represents? I mean, that's really been the beauty of it to me is, and you said this earlier, right? I mean, is sometimes I would say the times, the culture, the politics gets projected on here. And people come to this kind of service with independent thinking and with ideas and things that they believe in. But this is probably the only kind of organization in a community where really that common purpose we talked about earlier is driven by a love of and a desire for students to succeed. And so, and the kind of, the way that you do govern is different than any other kind of organization that you're going to find in your community. And so I think people come to this and a lot of times are often unfamiliar with it. And so let's talk through really, what some of those unique roles and responsibilities are. And this really will be the meat of what we do tonight, is these 4 things. So first, unity of purpose. Does anyone want to read this out loud for me? It gets you away from having to listen to me all the time. And I can call on people, but if we don't hear voices, I will. And I know no one wants me to do that.
Unity of purpose.
Thank you.
Unity of purpose is a common focus, superordinate goals, the values and beliefs governing body members share in common about children, the school district and public education that help them transcend their individual differences to fulfill a greater purpose.
So, superordinate goals. I actually had to look that one up. Sometimes they give me this information. I'm like, what in the world? Stop giving me, fancy names. But really, it just means these are shared objectives that require a sense of collaboration among disparate groups to achieve. Hyper goals, giant goals, right? So you've got the board, you've got the administration, you've got teachers, you've got your community. I mean, that kind of is the very definition of, a whole lot of groups, sorry, I stepped back, coming together, to achieve these goals. And so I saw this because my first thinking, of course, is always when I see a school district is, do they have a mission and vision? Does the board know it and support it? Do you have a strategic plan? These were some of the first questions, that Dr. Rabideau and I talked about. Do you have goals? Are you working toward them? Where are you in this? And so I saw this on I'm like, wow, this is on the homepage of your website. I love this graphic. I've actually used it myself in my own professional work in higher education, which I don't really do much anymore, but I'm like, I love this graphic. Represents education well. And I thought, yep, there's your vision right at the top, fairly newly developed with, I'm told, the input of the board. Is this a statement that you all, let me start there. Do you all recognize this statement? Let's start there. Okay, good. And then I go to these pillars and I'm like, okay, I recognize these kinds of areas. These are areas that you would build a strategic plan around. Fair assessment, because if I was just going to this website and I wanted to learn about Alpena schools, I would go, okay, this is what they're focusing on. All right, I like this. But do you see goals here? And I'm not saying I would need to see goals, but I would think you would need to see goals around this. So, this is where I would ask you, when we're talking about, sort of this unity of purpose, are you all on the same page here? Is this where you see sort of your foundational purpose as a district? And when you talk about sort of your basic responsibilities as a board, setting the vision for the district is really found right here, summed up in this graphic, right? Here's your vision, the pillars. of a plan. You know, the only thing that really is missing are sort of the specific goals, which can be fleshed out, which may be in another document, which you probably get updates on, you know, but this kind of is the summary in one graphic that's on the website. So I'm just asking for some thoughts. I mean, when you see this graphic, do you feel like you look at this and go, yep, this is what we're about? I mean, is this a, you know, what do you see when you see this? What do you see in your mind?
Actually, right now I see lots and lots of tiny letters.
I know, it is small. I couldn't make it much bigger. I was trying, but.
But we have been over this, and we've had some really interesting discussions on goals lately, because we realize we're in a kind of transition. We're looking to form more specific goals. You know,
Okay.
we'll talk about, you know, some of us on different boards or in our work, we'll have statements, you know, such like one of our goals is that, you know, X% of this group of people will see X% of improvement of this nature. It'll be tied to specific measurable numbers, and those become, well, in mental health, I'm on the Community Mental Health Board, we call them ends or sub-ends. And goals are a little broader, but I think, you know, for our purposes here, we're looking at setting some more specific goals having to do with, you know, student achievement, for example, or any one of these. We might want to say, you know, one of our goals would be X number of engaged employees on our Raymond survey, you know, for example. So that could be a goal. So we're talking about setting more very specific goals. But I think, you know, that's been a really engaging, you know, very good, healthy process. I think where we run into issues is where some of these other, you know, facets of governance, you know, that do, of course, touch the district deeply. You know, not everybody agrees on some of those issues, but I think we have a lot of good discussions around this sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I think that's been pretty fun.
Yeah, good. Well, and I think if you don't have those kinds of goals set, how do you fulfill your accountability role, right? I mean, how do you, as frequently as you may do it, I mean, how do you measure the progress of the district? So, yes.
There we go. That's actually one of my frustrations, and it lies in, we've been very involved in the strategic process. My frustration lies there, and I've shared that. It's not anything that's new, but I think it also parallels some of the issues with the board. You know, most places that I've been in the past, where you set the goal and then implement the intervention to reach the goal. So let's say you have student achievement at 35%, and we set the goal at 45%. Now, what do we need to do to make that happen? And throughout the strategic process, it feels more, and again, I told Dave earlier, I'm trusting the process here. It feels more as though we're implementing the intervention and then developing a goal based on how that comes out. And that kind of parallels, which also makes it difficult because you're lowering or changing the bar based on the intervention, not creating an intervention to set the bar. And that's similar with the board, is we have protocols, we have policies, we have things that we've always done, but there's no actual goal of what we are supposed to accomplish. So when you hire onto a job, there's an orientation process. It's laid out what your expectations are. This is how you're going to do things. And, you know, as AJ said, we came in, it was kind of mass chaos at first. And so there was no clear definition of what is expected of the board. There's no clear goal of what the board is to accomplish. Therefore, anything intervention we do is just, there's no directive to it. Does that make any sense?
It makes
Okay.
it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. So, yeah, that's certainly some conversation we've had. And I know we have 2 new board members, right? You both started January 1, correct? Yeah, and so I'll be honest, the first thing I asked, I said, well, what'd you do to orient them?
Nothing.
No offense, crickets, right? And I went, yeah, okay. So I'm going to try to inject a few pearls of wisdom for you tonight, ladies, as we go through this, right? And it isn't directed at you, it's just to help, because this is an overwhelming job. And I don't care how much you think you know coming in, you know, you don't know until you get here. And so we'll see if we can help clarify some of these things while we're going, because it is an absolutely overwhelming job. And so, yes, I can appreciate that, absolutely. And so it is, yes. So you're trying to learn about how a district functions and how a board functions at the same time. And all of the issues, bless you, all of the issues that go along with education, you know, all the laws and all that. I mean, and you know, and it raises an interesting question, and I know I get to this somewhere else in here, but like it raises the question of how much am I actually supposed to know? How much am I supposed to learn, right? Because no one can be an expert in all of this, and no one expects you to be an expert in all of this. You know, you have a team here that does this day in and day out. But there is a measure of preparation and training and, you know, that helps you do the job that you were elected to do. And so I said earlier, you know, structures, you know, those are the kinds of things that make for effective governance, rather than showing up and being handed 3 or 4 dumpster fires and saying, well, when we get through this, maybe we'll have time to figure out how to do the job. And oops, guess what? By the time you get through it, you have 3 or 4 more dumpster fires waiting for you. So I'd say one of my principles of effective governance is, you know, put some of those structures in place when things are calm, or have some of those in place when things are calm and when people come on board new. And then when things get a little crazy, you rely on that training and preparation that everyone has gone through, and you fall back on those structures and those protocols, and everyone is operating from the same place. Right now, I'm going to guess you're all operating from different levels of knowledge and experience and just protocols, because you've all come in at different times and experienced different measures of I don't want to say chaos, I mean just different measures of whatever was going on in your community and in the district when you were elected. So I would say there's almost needs to be kind of a reset of let's all get on the same page, and maybe tonight can be the start of that.
Can I offer just a slight counterpoint to that?
Yes.
No, I remember that we were elected to become professional administrators. We have jobs to do.
Absolutely.
But I guess I have to, you got to talk about that maybe, because I take issue with some of the things that I've heard coming out of that. Brad Banisic once said that if you're trustees, you don't represent anyone. You don't have to represent anyone. You just do what you feel is best. And I will never agree with that. The reason we're elected, not appointed by the governor or somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we have to remember that representation is really important. You know, otherwise you can never fill that role as community. So, you know, I don't think that it's necessary for us to become professional administrators, but we also need to learn how to work with that. And I think maybe that's where our common ground is.
Yeah. Listen, I agree with you, and you can push back on anything you want tonight, with me especially. I mean, that's absolutely fine.
You seem like you'd be okay with it, so
I am fine with that. Yeah, no, I am fine with that. Yeah, yes, and I don't, if that's what he said, I don't really agree with that either. I mean, you were all elected by the people in your community, and you went through a campaign, and you had conversations, and you know, you talked to your friends and neighbors, and maybe you knocked on doors, and you met them for coffee, and you know what they're thinking, and, you know, so, I mean, you know, you represent these folks, and you know what they want, and you know if they want year-round school, and you know if they want school uniforms. I'm being facetious for the people that are listening, right? Okay, so I'm trying to think of the craziest thing I can think of, and I'll stop there. So, you know, but you know what, you understand my point. So, yeah, so I don't necessarily agree with that point, but I would almost say it goes back to one of the first comments we made is trust. And so at some point there is getting acquainted with the system, educating yourself on issues, but also appreciating and valuing and trusting the people who are experts and in place to do the job, and knowing that they are providing you with the resources and information you need to make the decisions you need to make. So there's a bit of, there's always a lot of layers to this job, right? I mean, it's never just, here, make a decision. You have to make the best decisions you can with the information, you know, that you're provided and what you've learned. So we're going to go on a lot of tangents tonight, and I will try to keep bringing us back, but I never want to cut off good conversation.
Can you go back one to the?
Oh, yes, sorry, I
DQ
probably didn't
or,
mean, need,
Yeah, that one. Kind of along with Eric's comment about the goals, on the backside, or I don't, number 5, effective boards are data savvy. That's one thing that is missing for us. Everybody wants student improvement.
yes.
I guess that would be a baseline goal. However, anything we get is tailgate info. We get the student is moved on, and I really don't see where with the data that we get on student outcomes that we could make any effective changes.
Mhm.
I'm trying to think. Is ELA? Is that administered?
language.
Yeah, is that administered twice a year? Which one's?
NWEA.
Okay. By the time we get that second round to see if there has been any improvement after a full year, 1/12 of that student's time, it's pretty much too late. So I see that as a problem in our pillars.
Okay. So,
And then you threw it in. That I would say that is something that is severely lacking for our board.
okay, so data, more timely data.
Yeah, well, and no, it's not a negative on Dave. It's just a lot of it's not available.
It's not available. Yeah.
Yeah.
To end
Yes.
step and,
Yeah.
they're
Right.
not available till issue becomes due.
Right.
So we can look at it.
But you can still have your goal, right? You just don't know what the data is from that goal,
Yeah.
right? You still know that your goal was to.
Down there.
To set the goal first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one of the things, like student outcomes. I think that's one shared thing that everybody can agree on. We want to improve student outcomes. Yet when we look at the data, we see that hasn't moved in the right direction for a very long time. And so, again, you look at the interventions, we're not aiming at the end goal, which is to improve. I'm not saying that the administrators and the staff aren't, but from a board level, the data we get is old. It's old, and so we keep seeing, we're not meeting goal, we're not meeting goal, we're not meeting goal. But if, from a board's perspective, I'll say myself, would like to say, hey, let's look at this from a different perspective. We want to get this goal, therefore the directive from the board to the superintendent to the administration is implement this. So for instance, we changed the math curriculum, right? Well, if we were looking at the data and we were seeing steady improvements in math scores, we would never change the math curriculum. But that's clearly not the case. It was going the opposite direction, so it was time to change that curriculum. But that curriculum was in place for how many years? 10, 15 years?
10 or 15 years, yeah.
And so, we're trying to make adjustments
Mhm.
from so far behind.
Yeah.
And I don't know, that's where I have frustration with that. And it mimics the board. And so the approach is a little bit different. And I know sometimes it comes across a little challenging because when we ask those questions or we say we want to see movement in this direction or we want to see this number move, the response from some is, oh, you're trying to micromanage how we do things. But that's not the case at all. And so developing that expectation between the board and the staff and the students and setting those clear, concise goals at different levels I think would help a lot.
Yeah. Okay, makes sense. All right, good. I wrote that data point down. And thank you for looking at my handout and seeing where some of these fit in. Okay, second major area, roles and responsibilities. Who would like to read this slide out loud? We're getting into a rhythm here, folks. If I say Sarah, who answers?
I've already spoke.
Effective teams value and respect
Thank
their
you.
essential roles, come to common understanding of the roles of the board and superintendent and strive to operate within them.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to spend the bulk of our time here. And this really goes in concert with the handout. So there was a study done in the early 2000s by the University of Iowa in concert with their school board association and their Department of Ed that looked at high-performing districts, low-performing districts, and kind of what made the difference. And they looked specifically at how their boards of education were performing. And it says NSBA, that's the National School Board Association, and I realize they are not the most popular group in the world, and I think rightfully so, but they adopted what the University of Iowa did with this study. And it really boiled down to kind of 5 roles of a board that when these roles were in place, it made an impact. I mean, these were districts that had better student outcomes, higher student achievement. And so you look at, these are boards that set a direction, that focused on accountability, that made sure, that had a level of accountability, that had structures in place, primarily through policy, through some of the things that we're talking about tonight, that were advocates for public education, that engaged with their community, that championed the district, that shared concerns. That middle role I talked about, not only with the public, but from the public back to the district, and that had a leadership role in their district and a good working relationship with their superintendent. So when those 5 roles were present, those were districts that just performed better. And so I believe this study was also replicated, I think, in the state of Washington. So this was research that was actually done. So I kind of hate that NSBA's name is on it because I think they didn't do us any favors as public educators, over the last handful of years. That's my personal opinion. But again, grounded in research. So let's look at this. This is called the governance clock, and I think it gives us a nice overview of sort of dividing between the board's role and the superintendent's role. And so if you look at the top half of the clock, you're looking at really the difference between governance and management here. And I had an instructor when I first joined a board and did this kind of training and went to classes, and I can picture her. She always wore monochromatic clothing. She's retired now and moved on to I think she lives in Arizona, but she would say the board's role is eyes in, fingers out. But really, a board is governance. Our job is governance. We are the oversight body. The board is the oversight body. And so you've got those kind of big 3 there, again, adopting the vision and goals, then evaluating the outcomes. And we've talked a lot about that tonight. They adopt the policies. The board also is in charge of who? Hiring the superintendent, right? And then that person is the bottom half of the clock. So it's the superintendent that then assumes the management function. And then everything related to operations, implementation, any kind of planning, developing plans, implementing plans. And then that person is in charge of who? Everybody else. So let me say that again. The board has how many employees? 1. Very good. Everyone's holding up 1 finger. Very good. Yeah, 1. And the superintendent has how many employees? The district has how many employees? There you go, 537. Does the board have 537 employees? No. The board has 1 employee. So there's kind of your difference, right? The board operates up here in some of the ways we've already talked about. They empower the superintendent to do everything else. So let's keep that in mind as we now sort of get into, I would say, categorically speaking, your big areas. And if you have sat through, and I think probably everybody, maybe but Sarah and Monica, which you will do later this year, right, have sat through a superintendent evaluation, am I correct? Okay. Okay, so you haven't, but you haven't actually evaluated the superintendent as of yet. Right, okay. So you'll see these areas really align with MASB's tool in terms of, superintendent evaluation. So let's talk through these areas, and then I might break you up into pairs to just discuss for a few minutes, I think maybe some of the areas that, that you've already identified tonight as maybe some of the areas where you think maybe there should be some more clarity. So in terms of the superintendent's role versus the board's role. So in terms of vision and values, and you'll see a lot of this language, where the board adopts, advises, sets the vision, and the superintendent then goes to work. So in terms of vision and values, would you like, I can read them out loud for the public. We can read them quietly. What would you prefer?
Go for it.
Okay. The superintendent supports and assists the board in the process of developing the vision, including recommending a process for vision creation, gathering stakeholder input on community values and core beliefs, advises the board on vision creation and testing, and ensures implementation of a communication plan. The board's role is adopts and communicates a clear shared vision of what the organization is trying to achieve that reflects high expectations for quality teaching and student learning while incorporating the values and core beliefs of the community. And from what it sounds like already from our conversation, you feel like that you've done that. I think those roles were delineated pretty clearly. You have your vision statement, and it's kind of the foundation of the strategic plan that you're working on. Is that a fair assessment? If I ever feel like I'm putting words in your mouth or you think I've misstated something, let's stop and go for it and clarify it. So the difference, see the difference? You guys have the discussion. He does the work. He may make recommendations to you. He may bring the work of the administration to you, and then he gets your feedback and your say-so. In terms of goal setting, the superintendent assists and advises the board in creating long and short-term goals that are aligned to the vision, establishes a plan for district-wide implementation, periodically reports progress to the board and community. The board ensures that district vision is translated into long and short-term goals, sees that resources and systems are aligned to goal attainment, and holds the system accountable to those goals. How do we see this one is working? We've had some conversation about goals tonight. Do we see that these roles are working the way they're supposed to? Sounds like yes and no.
I'm going to say we have lots of discussion, but no fruit yet.
Okay. So we haven't seen the goals come to fruition, but in terms of the conversation and the roles, are the roles working the way they're supposed to?
Nope, not yet.
Not yet. Okay. How do we make them more clear?
I don't think they are unclear. I just don't think, I'll give credit to Dave. He is working through the process of creating them, but right now we don't have them.
Gotcha.
And we also don't have a way to allocate resources and hold them accountable.
Okay.
Dave, I'll give you another gold star, 2 slides back with the circle graphic. I'd say the board is batting 300 and you're batting 600 on the operations.
Can we go back? Which slide was it?
On the clock?
Clock, sorry.
Oh, the clock, okay.
Yeah, I'd say if we get 300 and Dave gets 600, we'd be doing pretty good.
Okay. Believe me, we're going to hammer. We're going to keep coming back to all of this.
Oh, boy. I thought we were almost done.
We're getting there. We're plowing through it.
Okay.
All right, in terms of policy, obviously one of the major areas for which the board is responsible, the superintendent advises the board, and I realize you guys do everything by committee of the whole, correct? So I'm going to just ask from a procedural perspective, do you sit like do a first reading or a discussion about policies, and then like at the next meeting, you'll say, okay, first reading of a policy, next meeting approval of a policy, so you will do this 3 times-ish to approve a policy?
Yeah, sometimes more.
Okay. So the superintendent will advise the board on policy development, need and impact, supports the board in implementation of policy review, scheduling, and protocols, and is responsible for creating and implementing administrative procedures to carry out the requirements of each policy. And I would guess inherent in that is, say it's a transportation-related policy. Then if there's a question, you would go bring in someone from transportation to clarify, answer questions, et cetera, as an example. Okay. So you could have access to the expert if you had a question about something that was inherent in that policy that you didn't understand or wanted to discuss. Now, the board's role would be to develop and adopt policy for the district that's consistent with current law and aligned to your vision, that you would create and implement a schedule and protocol for policy review, and you ensure that the superintendent has developed the procedures that are aligned to board policies. So this is a pretty big and I've looked at your policy manual online. I mean, it's very similar to many of the districts that, I've worked with. I mean, Neola and, these are all very similar policies and all grounded in the same law. And when the law updates, we all scamper to get those policies on our calendars and review them and update them, as is specific. And I was chuckling as I was thinking about how many times the phrase superintendent or designee appears in our policies, right? Kind of hammering home the thought that the board empowers or authorizes, the superintendent to go and implement policy, right? To go and be the one to actually operationalize the board's policies. So how is this one working? When policies come up for review, do you feel these roles, how are these roles defined? Let's take a few minutes and talk about this one. I mean, this is a huge, just from time perspective, and I don't think when I was in Clarkson, we ever caught up on just the volume of policies that need to be updated, right? I mean, this is a never ending, and then you get the timely things that want to come up. Somebody has an issue, or we want to look at something, we may want to add something.
Well, it's messy, but on the whole, it's kind of working.
Mm-hmm.
Where we run into trouble is, it says current law. Well, on the, the issue of, let's say, transgender issues. Right now, there's one law federally, and then there's the L.A. Larson Act. And so trying to figure out how we're going to navigate that is a real challenge. It's through no fault of our own, maybe. This isn't really, part of this is because we have to find out what certain things are going to land.
Right.
And we need more information. It's kind of where we are with that. But like I said, it's meant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right. So the roles seem clear.
I'd say sometimes more recently than not, and I'm not saying anything wrong with it, but we've had times where the board or specific board members have wanted to bring a policy forward that the district hasn't brought forward. So I guess when I read that, is there a role for that where a school board member says, I'm not sure that this is working well, can we bring it forward and talk about it, versus the school district saying this isn't working well,
Yeah. Well, I would say, let me ask a question. I'll throw a question back to your question. What if a community member did that? What if a community member walked up and said, or sent you an email, and said, I don't like the policy on, I'm trying to think of something so outrageous that people can't get mad. No swords. Well, I don't like the policy on student athletes driving themselves to events. Please don't have, I'm trying to make something up, right? I don't like the policy on student, how's that? Okay, please tell me I'm making something up that's crazy, okay, right? And I want it changed. My kid is a swimmer, and I work full-time, and my husband works full-time, and I can't get my kid to the swim meet, and I think you should change your policy on student athletes being able to drive themselves to events. And I would like the policy committee to review that policy. Would you take a look at it? I'm looking at all of you. I'm not looking at you in particular, Madam President. I'm sort of looking at all of you, right? And so my guess is you would would you tell that citizen, okay, at least you would take it under advisement.
Didn't we?
Is that a yes? Would you?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's our responsibility.
So if a citizen, this is just, I'm asking questions. If a citizen asked you to review a policy and gave you a legitimate reason, would there not be a reason, would there not be a reason to do the same if a board member had a question, right?
I think it would depend on if a board member chose to take this on as an issue, then I think that changes the equation. We know that for example, we can't respond to all public comment because the public would end up running, meetings would go until 5 a.m. If they would ever end. So we don't respond to public comment. That's pretty normal across the board,
Right.
all government, type boards. So I would say, if a board member hears that, ruminates on it, and says, "Yeah, I want to," or you might even go out in the community and say, "Hey, does anybody else feel like this? Feel like it's touched a nerve?" Then a board member might say, "Yeah, I want to take this on." But I don't think that would necessarily trigger an automatic process
Yeah.
at the board level.
You said my favorite words, automatic process. Do we have an automatic process? Do we have board operating procedures that outline these kinds of things? That might be the first place you look, right? You go to your own policies and say, do our policies outline policy review? I don't know, it seems kind of redundant, but then, there's sort of this subsection of policies that I like to call, just board operating procedures.
I think it depends on how big your policy manual is. For example, we review all policies over the course of an entire year. So
Yeah.
every meeting, there's a few minutes dedicated to policy review and self-evaluation.
Yeah.
And so usually we'll have a couple of ourselves, just review, and then 2 policies, which we have to evaluate. Are we following this, or have we directed the executive director to implement this? How are we doing? I think our policies are way too big to do
Too big.
that. But I think we could do more than we're doing in terms of regular policy review. Usually it only comes up if Neola has a recommendation.
But this would,
Or a board member brings something.
this would be the kind of thing, just the question about policy, would be the kind of thing that would come up in an orientation under the section of, sort of how to be a board member, right? Like, if I'm a brand new board member, I need to know, how do I get information from the superintendent? When do I get my board packet? What's expected of me before a meeting? How do I request something be put on the agenda? What if I want to review a policy? How do I handle complaints from citizens? What if somebody asks me to come to an event in the building? What if XYZ, right? There's all kinds of things about just being a board member outside of, it's just sort of the function, right? That you didn't know before, and now the spotlight is on you because now, as of January 1, you had, it's official. And so, there's that sort of there's that section of just the function of being a board member. Like if that was in a manual, and I'm saying, online, not in a printed manual anymore, but, that would be helpful. I'm only looking at the 2 of you because you're the brand new baby board members, right? So, but it would have been helpful for anybody. So, there's sort of that, how to function as a board member. And again, then everybody's on the same page. And everyone knows that, yes, it's okay to do this, or no, we have a procedure and everyone needs to submit what they want. I'm making this up. Everyone needs to submit if they want to review XYZ or they want to request something on the agenda. It's not a free-for-all. We're not going to be here for 8 hours. There's a procedure for this. So, again, putting everyone on the same page and having similar protocols, structures, for doing this. Again, it's just effective governance, and it will help you get your job done in a more efficient manner where everyone feels that their voice is heard and everyone has the same sort of access to the system, and they can put their ideas forward in the same way and be treated the same and have them valued the same. Does that make sense? So that's kind of what I would respond to that. Any other thoughts on policy? And there's no way you're reviewing a school district policy manual in 1 year.
Well, I think there's no way for the board's goals and vision to be implemented unless you address certain policies to reflect that. And so a board member bringing up a policy, we have a protocol for that to get it on the agenda. I think that certainly is appropriate. I think one of the things that, as a new board member a few years ago, that was probably the most frustrating to me is we can bring up a policy for review, and then the lawyers tell you exactly what you can choose. You can choose A or B, but you can't choose anything outside that. And so that's where frustration creeps in, and that, yes, you can make the decision, yes, you can change things, but as long as it's this.
Yeah.
And, but I think that that's been a little bit of a contentious thing lately is, what is the role of the board member to bring up those policies? And in my opinion, why wouldn't we be able to? I mean, that's ultimately our role.
Okay. Taking notes, because part of what I'm going to do obviously is summarize a lot of these thoughts and, hopefully give you some ideas afterward going forward to capture some of this. Okay, in terms of educational programs, so this is more of the curriculum oversight role. The superintendent establishes standards consistent with state law and district vision and goals, recommends courses of study, texts, assessments, and instructional resources aligned to those standards, develops systems to ensure effective delivery of the educational program, monitors system efficacy, and provides student assessment data for the board and community consideration. The board then ensures the district has established standards consistent with state law and district vision and goals, approves the recommended curriculum, texts, assessments, and instructional resources aligned to those standards, reviews and evaluates performance of the system as it relates to educational program delivery and student achievement. And I think, we're going to go through a handful of these, but what you see here is a difference in verbs, right? I mean, we're seeing the similar language, but it's the difference in perspective of what the superintendent does and what you do in terms of ensuring something's happening, approving it, reviewing it, evaluating it. And again, you've told me what you need to do those things. You told me you need more data. You need some clear measurements. So you've said the things that you feel you need to do that level of review. And so that's what I'm trying to capture. But, I would just ask, so from a curricular perspective, do you feel these roles, how do you feel these roles are operating? Do you feel they're clearly defined?
I'm optimistic that that's getting better with the new curriculum. I've asked the question before, and there's much more frequent measuring, so we should get sooner. We should get feedback sooner than 5 years down the road. So I'm very optimistic in that respect. In the past, that's been something that I feel we were a little short on, but I think it's improving.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay. In terms of employment, and I've got two slides here because they really are two distinct, right? You've got your CEO, who is your superintendent, your lone employee, and then our next one we'll talk more in general about the staff. And I think these are probably the two for any board I've worked with. The two, we'll go back to, looking back at that governance clock where that line is, these are the two probably where the roles get the most muddy. So let's spend a little bit of time talking about these. And I was going to break y'all up into twos, but I think since you operate as a committee of a whole, I'd rather keep you as a whole. And if we don't have, I'm sorry, thank you. Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm getting a lot of messages saying they cannot hear you.
Okay.
Not you, but board members. So
Okay.
remember to keep the mic.
I know, I'm sorry. It's just the opposite of how I usually talk. It's making me a little crazy. Okay. I can sum this up very, very, very easily, but I will read it, and I think you know how I'd sum it up. Board up here, superintendent down here. The superintendent acts as the board's agent in implementing the district vision, works toward meeting district and performance goals established by the board, manages and oversees all district operations, works collaboratively with the board to ensure effective governance, engages in ongoing and meaningful professional growth opportunities. The board hires a qualified superintendent, establishes clear performance expectations, works collaboratively with the superintendent to ensure effective school district governance, and evaluates the performance of the superintendent annually. And remember, and I know all of you have, I think all but one, but you said Sarah will do that this year. She'll have to, right, to participate in the evaluation. You have now added, the law has now added a mid-year performance review, and now quarterly check-ins against the goals. I know you have all have and will gone through the updated superintendent and reliability rater reliability training. So you know that there is accountability and check-ins and frequent, sort of frequent back and forth against goals built into the system now, rather than the once a year. This is now by law. So talk to me a little bit about this relationship. I said at the outset that effective boards, effective governance in this situation for school boards, think of the 8 of you as a board superintendent team. And we spent some time talking about what it means to be a team. We talked about common purpose, we talked about trust, we talked a little bit about what effective means, and you outlined some what you would like to see from the district in terms of effective measures. I asked you to think about effective behaviors of your board, but really it's your board superintendent team. And when you start thinking that way, I think you will really see a difference in terms of how you operate and in terms of some of the things you're asking for now and in terms of how you make decisions. So I guess just that said, talk to me about these roles, about the board. And it's the only time I'll use versus, because I really believe in that level of collaboration and the idea of this team. So talk to me about these roles and how you see the distinction and where it might be a little less clear.
Can you tell us, the second sentence under board role establishes clear performance expectations. What are those performance expectations? Will that ever change?
Yes, when you conduct the superintendent evaluation, is really the time for you to set goals for the superintendent for the following year. And although the percentage is escaping me right now, clearly we could look it up on MASB's tool, but there is a certain percentage of the evaluation that is tied to achieving those goals, and it's a hard percentage. I mean, the goals are met or they are not. And so that is where, each district, the board sets those goals in concert with the superintendent. What are the performance goals for the following year? And those are the goals that are then discussed at the mid-year review, where the superintendent will present, at the quarterly sort of check-ins, here's how we're going. And at the mid-year review, then the intent is that the superintendent will say, here is how we're performing against those goals. You have a chance then to say, do we need to update these? Do we need to maybe throw in a new goal or two? Or I'm not a huge fan of that idea. Mid-year, I think it's a little unfair, but, but each year annually is where you set those goals for the year ahead.
But the expectations, or call them goals if you want, those are having to do with the progress and the performance of the district.
Of the district,
yes.
yes.
Okay, that's what I want.
I think there was a time, and this was years ago, there was a time where boards believed you had to have individual superintendent goals, and then you had to have district goals, and then the board had to have goals. And it's like you had all these layers of goals, and no. There really is no purpose to that. The success here is the success of the district. Mm-hmm. And if you are creating a strategic plan with measurable goals, I think I'm not telling you what to do. This is your district, your culture, you know it best. But I think a lot of districts, what they will do is tie those to the annual work of the strategic plan. So your administration may come to you, you do the evaluation
December.
in
So we just
December.
Last month started the.
Okay.
Mid-year.
Mid-year. So, and may say, well, our goals for, our work will be focused this year on, again, with my, my metaphorical, our work this year will be focused on this, secondary ELA, and we're going to increase it by this much, and then we're focusing on math, something in the, I'll use that since you mentioned, the we're changing the mathematics curriculum and we expect to see scores go up by 42%, especially in the elementary level. Yay. And so, for this year, now next year we may be focusing on something else, right? But it's all part of the strategic plan. And so that may be what this year's goals look like. But typically if you have a strategic plan, you're going to tie those goals to what's going on in the strategic plan. You're not going to come up with something that's absolutely out of left field. I mean, why would you do that? Because what else are you doing? You're aligning your resources to what's going on there. I mean, the whole idea is that this is, this is a very well-resourced, well-aligned effort from top to bottom. And so, we'll get to we'll talk about board goals in a minute here. That's a really more of a self-reflective kind of exercise. But when you're talking about district goals and budget allocation and superintendent goals, all of that is part and parcel of the same piece. That is the same raspberry pie. Cream cheese or not.
Delicious.
I can't wait. So, my piece right here. So, does that make sense? So, so this year's work focus may be on this, next year's may be on that, and the goals would be specific to whatever it is. And so that would be, from my experience, what you may present.
I can provide some history.
Please do.
So this goes back at least 2 years, as we had those evaluation conversations, and it references the district goals. And, for when I got here, those district goals were embedded in the the school improvement plan. And so we had conversations at least 2 years ago about what would the goals related to my evaluation in the district look like. From those conversations came the strategic plan. It embeds our school improvement goals, but also the broader goals of where we want to go as a district. So we developed the strategic plan last year, adopted it in August of this, 1 year ago now. We've been taking this year to do all the developing and assessing and auditing of where we are to launch the strategic plan come August. And with that will be the creation of the measurable goals in each of the 5 areas. From that, then, the board would develop its short and long-term range goals so that when you do come back around, it's not just progress of moving the strategic plan forward and implementing those systems, designing and implementing those systems. It's now looking at the results of that, those measurable outcomes. So that's what the mid-year progress report was all about. We're still developing our strategic plan, our activities, our implementation activities, so that when we come back in the fall, we're 100% up and running with all those systems.
Any other thoughts here about the sort of the relationship between the board and the superintendent?
I kind of take disagreement.
Microphone.
I kind of take disagreement with the, that we establish performance expectations. It seems like we just got given them all the time and evaluate Dave on what you've been given.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think we ever really set anything that we evaluated Dave against. As a board, we did not sit down and say, we are going to evaluate Dave on ELA numbers. You gave us the ELA numbers, but we didn't base that number on your evaluation off anything.
Agreed. And that's why we then started moving towards creating a strategic plan to then have the data that you're asking about. You'll
I'm
have
gonna
that
get
in
old and
September.
die too, Dave.
What's that?
I'm getting old and I'm gonna die too.
Well, but again, there's the board role in this as well as the superintendent.
I like the books review, or the books idea, the student-based review evaluation. Simple. No? Yeah?
Tell me what that is.
It just goes off of the scores. So if the kids aren't improving, like that's his whole evaluation. It says it. Simple. Like that's the one goal. If it's a student-based, like if we're a student-based outcome. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So is that because of the tool that we're using to evaluate you, Dave? Like because it's kind of, it's very structured, which is good. It helps us through the process, but it also, like AJ saying, it doesn't necessarily leave a lot of room for us to evaluate specific things that perhaps the board would like to be evaluated.
No, I think it does allow, because it's broken into district goals. I forget what the title is. And it just, if you remember, the metric is making progress towards a certain percentage of those district goals. There is leeway to, and that's where we're heading with the strategic plan, of putting in, these short and long-term goals. We don't have those
We
yet.
haven't had the goals, that's why we couldn't measure you on them. Okay.
Right, because it is, making progress. So prior to the strategic plan, it was making progress on our school improvement goals, which is at the building level, the district level. But yes, we have not sat down as a board and a superintendent and said, here is the data that the board is then going to set its long-term, short and long-term goals on. And that's coming in September.
That should come this fall.
Yep.
Okay.
And I would also, I can't remember it right now, but the MASB tool, which is approved by the state, one of the tools approved by the state, and I believe as a board you have to approve which tool you use, has very specific language in it about its different sections. And so, it gives you what percentage of a weight to each section, it is, and then is it progress toward goals? Is it achievement of goals? It's a very prescriptive tool, and they all are. I mean, every one of them is, and so you can decide which tool you're using and go from there. And so you'll see that in the fall. I don't want to get too bogged down in specifics about evaluation, because he does have rights to discuss this in a closed session, and obviously they've already been set for the year. So, but that is the kind of thing, where you have input as a board into that is, I'm going to guess then, is through the strategic planning process in terms of setting goals, and then, as you said, at the time of evaluation, looking ahead to the year ahead. So, yes. Probably really close, just get really close.
On the state-approved observation tools for administrators, it doesn't have the MASD one, even though I'm sure it's by state law approved. But the actual state of Michigan.
I don't know if administrators are evaluated through MASB. I don't think so. I think it's just superintendents. Yeah, I think they have administrators, teachers. I think they have a whole separate set of. Okay. Anything else about board superintendent roles before we talk about staff? Slightly different. Okay, let's talk about these roles. And we were clear about this earlier. I'm glad everyone passed that pop quiz. 530. I didn't pass the pop quiz.
537.
Okay, 537-ish. The superintendent proposes employment policies to the board, recommends all personnel to be hired, is responsible either directly or indirectly for performance evaluations of the staff, ensures comprehensive professional development plans for staff are in place, consistent with laws and the district goals and vision. The board's role as it relates to staff is to adopt policies governing employment practices, salaries, and salary schedules, merit pay, terms and conditions of employment, fringe benefits, leave, professional development, and employee evaluations that are consistent with laws and district goals and vision. So where the board will see all of this is when it's time for negotiations and they come to you and say, usually in a closed session, here's what we want to do, and get your approval, or you discuss it, and then you authorize the superintendent and the negotiations team to go back. That's where your role is. And then, probably during the evaluation time, when you are confirming that employee evaluations have taken place, that they're following the law, that they've all been conducted, et cetera, et cetera. So I would assume that there are other times throughout the year where you may approve employee hiring reports. You would get information from the superintendent, HR reports, et cetera. But do you, as board members, hire staff?
No.
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 Okay. Good. Yep. So, talk to me a little bit about some of your experiences in terms of staff, in terms of these roles, because this is where it can get muddy. And I would say some of the things I've seen is where a staff member calls a board member and says, oh my gosh, you have to know what's going on. I have to tell you what's going on. You have to fix this. Right? So what then? Where does that fit in this delineation of roles? I know that's a sword question, but we've been together now an hour and a half. I'm going to throw a sword question out.
I think I would tell the staff member to go to their administration and start there and then go up the ladder.
Yeah.
And you go to the administration first if you have an issue.
Yeah. Right.
What if and this is a what if. What if, is this on?
Can
you hear me now? All right.
There we go.
So what if they have done that and they don't feel that they've reached resolution and therefore they elevate it to the board at that point? And what if? We'll just leave it at that.
Well, okay, let's talk about chain of command for a minute. Right? This would be something else that would be in that procedure manual that I mentioned earlier, that board operating procedures, is this concept of chain of command, which would be appropriate for staff or a community concern or a parent concern. And I'll let you weigh in on it as well, right? So how about I just talk conceptually about chain of command? And I use the phrase fix it a minute ago. Because this is a common misconception in terms of roles and responsibilities of board members. Your job is not to fix things. Your job, in a way, is to be a conductor, I'm trying to think of something a little more sophisticated than a traffic cop, but in a way, your job is to help your public, whether it's a staff member or a parent or a community member. Your job is to help direct them to a solution, not to be the solution. That's a very tough concept for board members to grasp, right? But that is part of the chain of command. Why? Because you have authorized your superintendent and he has authorized all the people underneath him to conduct the operations of the school district. And when there is an issue within the school district, it is their job to fix it. They are the ones to address operational issues within the school district. So there are clear chains of commands for parents, for community members, for staff members to address issues, problems, concerns. Now, do you want to talk about specific chains of commands? I don't know what yours might be in a district that would be different, than anything I've encountered, but.
No, it's pretty standard to go to the closest level to where the issue is.
Yes. So a staff member, I would say, would go to his or her principal first. If it is not, and a lot of these might be spelled out in their own contracts, right? If that is not satisfactory, the level above, and this might be different for you than, you know, I mean, you guys might want to chime in too. Like, who would be right above the principal? I would assume it would be some sort of curricular administrator here. Then it could be the HR director. Then it would be maybe the assistant superintendent. Then it would be the superintendent. Only then, and there are going to be prescribed procedures for that. Could it elevate to the level of the board? Now, something like this, I'm sure, would be done in closed session, right? This is never a public, I mean, this person has rights, you know, the way anyone would who's an employee of the district. A parent command, let's take another one. And I know we're talking about staff, but similarly, a parent command, a parent complaint or concern, right? Where are they going to go? What happens when the parent calls you? Have you spoken to the
Teacher.
Thank you, the teacher, right? Same kind of thing. So, you know, and certainly they want to call you first because they know you. I mean, you're in the community. But again, you don't fix, you direct. That's, it's one of the most difficult, because we're all in this to fix. We're all in because we think we want to help. We want to help. But there are 537-ish people who fix problems on a day-to-day basis. And if it elevates to your level, then things happened along the way. And I'm sure your superintendent will have kept you informed of problems that are going to land on your desk at some point. Make sense?
Well, I think something.
We don't like the yellow one.
Well, I did end up turning it. And I think part of it too is, you know, sometimes as soon as you start trying to fix one thing, it can like snowball because you don't really always know the whole picture. But even, you know, it can just be exhausting. I mean, I had a phone call this weekend, first ever. I get some strange phone calls on my cell phone about a tree that needed to be cut down on their property because it was close to a school. And so it's like, you know, I just directed it along to, you know, the correct people, but you can continually, you know, be trying to fix, and I don't have the ability to cut down a tree on someone's property that's close to a school, but yeah, you try to move it along to the chain of command to someone that can help, I guess, so.
Yeah. All right. Let's talk about budget.
Mary does a great job.
Excellent.
Call Mary.
Excellent.
She's great with numbers.
Shout out Mary. The superintendent's role related to budget is to recommend and administer policies related to budget development and management, create and implement a process and calendar for budget preparation and monitoring, develop and propose the budget to the board, make revisions as requested by the board, and administer the budget adopted by the board, superintendent or designee. And there's always a very talented designee, we all know that. The board's role, adopt policies related to budget creation and management, review the proposed budget submitted by the superintendent, ensure alignment to district goals, and verify reliability of assumptions upon which the proposed budget is based. And I would add that, you know, you have the auditing oversight role as well, right? Okay. So how do you feel these roles are defined, delineated? How are the roles operating in terms of the budget? Are those clear?
I think we're good in that area.
Good in that area?
Yeah.
Yeah? Fist bump. Thumbs up.
6 months later, we find Mary's got millions.
If Mary takes a Caribbean trip here, we're good job. All right, excellent. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that.
Looking for that, Mary, but.
You know, we were just talking about staffing too. Michelle is the designee in HR. Stacy is and Matt and Steph are in curriculum and so forth. So rightfully so, we always automatically think of Mary with the budget, but there are designees in each area of what we're talking about.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Facilities. And I know this is active, right? This is an ongoing area that you are studying and developing recommendations for. And again, I mean, you're seeing these verbs over and over and over again. So I think, you know, I'm hoping that these points are becoming more clear. The superintendent analyzes, interprets, communicates the needs of the school system to the board, develops and maintains a district facilities plan, which is what I believe is under development currently, recommends and supervises facility renovations and new construction projects, champions funding initiatives as directed by the board. And what would that be? What does that mean? If you were to go for, say, a bond, any of that. So that's what that kind of means, if you were to direct the superintendent in that way. The board ensures alignment of district facilities to district vision and goals. Again, always back to your vision and goals. So that's why we started with that, and that's why it's so foundational, that you understand your vision, that you have those goals. And so that's just the absolute foundation of your work. Approves and monitors school facility improvements and related funding initiatives, and communicates proposed construction plans to the community. So again, there's your you know, sort of middle role between the district and the community. And I think it's very similar to all these other functions that you take part in the planning, that you that you monitor, that you have that oversight role, particularly when you're operating under a bond, and you're responsible for those kinds of dollars, and when you have construction going on. So how are we doing in terms of delineating those roles? Clear? Is the board participating in this planning process in some way?
Awful lot of crickets here.
I know it. Even I know the name of the firm. Okay, if I know the name, do we know the name? Yes, that's who I'm referring to.
Yeah, I think I would hope we'd be more involved than we are at this point. I feel like it's very fresh.
Okay, very
right?
new,
So
maybe too new. Okay.
Yeah, we passed it. Remind me what month we approved their May.
Okay.
which
Oh, so it's very
we
new. Okay.
Yeah,
It's very new.
we voted to approve their work. They've started the process of working with administration, and then I think the plan is for them to report back to the board August or September. So
Okay.
it's just so new, but yeah, I would hope that we would very much be involved in that process, so.
Okay. All right, good. All right, so this is a firm you're familiar with then?
Well, case was our bond initiative is ongoing right now. Case facility review.
Oh, you mean,
So there's two different things.
Yeah. So our Safe Warm Dry Bond, which was passed in 2020, the board, the community,
The
everyone
board.
was involved in that.
Okay.
And the designing up through just as of December, this board was involved in reviewing plans and designs and things like that.
okay.
And then when we come back to our next round next summer, again, those kind of projects will come before the board.
Okay.
But that's separate from the facilities
Got it,
planning
right.
that King Scott is doing.
Well, and that's what, when you look at that language, approves and monitors. I mean, that's the kind of thing that you should be doing and should be receiving those regular reports on, is the bond updates, the construction updates. Boy, I always thought that the hardest reports to read are when your bond counsel or your finance advisor came and gave you all those schedules and we were trying to decipher them. But it was, you were able then to go to your community and say, hey, this is when we're paying it back. We might be able to refund it. We might be able to pay it back early. I mean, that's the kind of thing, that's the kind of oversight that you want to have and want regular reports on to be able to explain to your community. So that's, again, the role that you want to be able to play, oversight. Okay, and then our final area here, before we sort of sum up our roles and responsibilities, is this idea of community relations. And I think it's a little more really than what's here. But, the superintendent, in terms of recommending and implementing a program, implement, of school community relations, keeping all stakeholder groups informed about the policies, programs, and procedures of the district, and the board adopting the policies related to that, advocating for public schools and remaining responsive for the public school system, and remaining responsive to community ideas and needs. So again, it's sort of pushing out a level of support for the district, and then hearing the concerns, complaints, needs of the community, and bringing those and your ideas and your perspectives back to the superintendent and to the district. And so it really is a two-way, it's just a very interactive role that you play with the community. And it's different. I think it's different for each of you. You'll have your own planned program of how you communicate with the community. And I think each of you have your own areas. And I think it's become much more, although ideally, the seven of you represent all of the community, but I think, let's be realistic here, I think it's gotten a lot more sort of pockets and specialized over the years. But the idea is that you bring, as you said, the voices of the community to this table and to your ear. So, but as we just talked about a minute ago, there is a chain of command for, I would say sharing what are more complaints and fix-its than just sharing perspectives. And so, I would guess if my question would be, do you feel there are appropriate procedures in place for doing so? Or is this just more of a, I'm kind of winging it? Like, I hear something and I share it, but I don't, know if it's the right way to go. I don't know what the appropriate way to do it is. I know I hear something and I'm just going to share it. Wing it. Mm-hmm. Okay. Would you feel more comfortable? I don't want to say more comfortable. I would say how has that made you feel in the job?
I guess coming in to be a school board member, I knew it'd take a lot of time. I knew the meeting dates. I knew the daggers would be there, but to not have any orientation or any what to do with stuff has been a huge challenge.
Okay.
A huge challenge.
Yeah. All right. Wing it. Not the best.
No.
Got it. Okay. Okay. I won't ask another dagger question. I'll leave it. Okay.
But I just want to say that your school board, your organization, when I first got elected, I did a lot of online things and just webinars, and I forget what else I did. Different things would pop up in my email, and I'm going, this session will be at this time, and then I would pop on that. So that's a lot of the, your organization provided a lot of information and things of what was actually going to be going on and what was going to be expected of me as a school board member. And there was a lot of those webinars and different services that you provide.
And they have been wonderful.
Yeah.
And I think that's why I'm at the point now where I know a lot more. But I'm saying the personalized aspects of our school board that aren't taught in webinars, that's where a lot of the problem has been.
I agree. I think there are layers to this. Where MASB, or do you have a local, countywide or local school board association up here that's made up of a lot of the districts? I know it's probably bigger.
We're the only district.
So up here, you're the, I know you cover most of the, okay.
For me, sorry.
I know, sharing the mic.
For me as a superintendent, there's the ESD.
Yes.
But that's 4 districts total.
Okay, so probably, okay. and I think there are layers to that, and I know MASB does, they do classes and they have online access, but I agree with you. I mean, I think your point is very valid, that knowing the culture here is critical to being able to come in and know the job and do the job here on top of sort of what it means to be a school board member. And I think there's room for both, and I would encourage both. So those are the kinds of things I'm thinking about as I'm listening to all of you in terms of what can help make you a more effective governance body. Is how do we again bring everyone back to the.
Well, we need a formal orientation process. That's certainly come to light, and it's quite clear because we're setting people up for stumbling, and that's not okay.
Yeah.
Although there's resources available exteriorly, why are we not providing that internally? And I think moving forward as a board, as we set goals for ourselves, that would be an excellent area to hone in on for future board members.
Agreed. I agree.
Yeah, Kelly. Yeah, Kelly and I talked about that on the phone, is coming up with some sort of group of 3 board members, not to have quorum, where you can come up with some sort of orientation. And I think, and I apologize to Monica that I didn't do more. I mean, sending out an email with some different policies that are helpful. And, I think when I came on, Gordon had just given me the advice, just sit back and learn for, 3 to 6 months, and it was a little different, I think, when I came on, because I had been, I've been coming to a lot of board meetings, and so I think, like, I take that for granted, like, knowing what I knew when I came in, it was just, everyone comes in at such a different place, too, that it makes it hard for when new board members come in, because you think, and times were different. I came in during COVID, and, and then we only had just 2 new board members this time, because Dr. Lawson was it 3 of you, right, that just got reelected? Yeah, you just got reelected. So it was only just 2, and you think, oh, it's 2. It's even to do the superintendent training. We're like, the rest of us were like, we don't want to sit through that again. So if you guys, ladies, can just take it on your own, you just kind of take that, and maybe it would have been better just from the get-go. Like, we're all going to sit through the superintendent training again, and we all need to do, a welcome retreat type of thing where we kind of go through processes and stuff. That would have been more helpful. Hindsight, of course, is 2020, but hopefully you can.
Maybe with snacks. Dave's retreats aren't fun.
No.
But also.
Don't call them retreats. That's
yeah, that's not. But
Summit.
When we came, am I on?
Yep.
When Monica and I came, I don't know about Monica, but some of the board members didn't even introduce themselves to us, and so like it wasn't a real welcoming.
Yeah.
To come in here.
And I think that, part of this idea of board superintendent team is that sense of welcome, right? I'll share this story with you. When I was elected to a board that was contentious. And the first thing I did, it was right after Election Day, was go to the state conference. And I replaced a woman who was part of a group of like-minded folks. They were friends, and I beat one of their friends. And I remember walking up to them to say hi at the conference, and they literally turned their backs on me and walked away, right? And they wouldn't sit with us. And we all were we thought we, would show. And so, yes, so there was that kind of cold shoulder welcome. And you think, okay, I thought we were now on the same team, and clearly we were not. And so, as I said earlier, every 2 years it's a new board. And so I think part of you join a board and you think, okay, we want to work together, we have a job to do, but there's an element of kind of getting to know each other and being able to build some trust and some common purpose just through getting to know each other a little bit and building relationships with each other. And it doesn't mean you're all going to be best friends. It doesn't mean, you have to share life stories, but, there's a sense of, just having dinner together every once in a while. Just bringing in food before a meeting every once in a while. Or, lunch one-on-one. with the superintendent. I'm just throwing ideas out here. You know, every once in a while, these are kind of things I can summarize for you, right? Where it adds, when you have debate and discussion at the table and you have opposing point of views, when you've had that chance to share a meal together or just have a conversation with them outside of this and outside of a contentious issue, it makes listening to them a little bit easier. You know what I mean? And I mean, some of this is just very common sense, like how to get along with someone, ABC. But, you know, but I think it's easy to overlook sometimes, especially when campaigns can be difficult and when people replace board members who have been on a board a long time. And I'm speaking in generalities here because I've been through it myself and I've seen other boards go through it. And it changes dynamics and, you know, feelings are hurt and, you know, but the truth is everyone has a job to do and everyone has a perspective that's important. And so that may be one of the things to think about here is, okay, how do we just recognize that we might have some things in common? And I've seen it happen on boards where after a tough election season, this person and this person really did not like, I'm sorry to point, you know, but like did not like each other on this board I do. But you know what, over time, they both had young kids or they spent some time having pizza together and you know what, and all of a sudden now they're still diametrically opposed in terms of viewpoints and policy and most of what they would do at the table, but they're friendly, they can get along, they're, you know, and so I think there is something to spending a good amount of time doing that. But you don't have to do it in a retreat. You can do it in much, you know, shorter snippets.
Well, I know after our first book study, I texted Dave, and I just told him how much I really enjoyed sitting and talking with everybody, because we actually got to talk to each other, because we don't talk to each other in between meetings. And I did make the recommendation of maybe going to the casino, but he kind of shot that down.
When she was talking, I was thinking about you.
Oh, I told him.
Well,
As long as it's in state.
Oh, I love it. I love it. So this just summarizes, and then we're going to move on to our last couple of topics. And then look, I mean, I think I'm trying to talk fast. So, because I think we've belabored the point, right? I think we get the point, roles and responsibilities. And if you look here, I mean, you've got the difference here between the boards, your administration, and then just add your teachers here. So you really see the difference between the very, very high-flying oversight role, the more administrative, I'd say mid-range role, and then your teachers who are looking day-to-day, dealing with students, dealing with your everyday things, right? So you are looking, if I have not driven it home, at the 30,000-foot view. You oversee the district. You figure out how the parts fit with the whole. You represent your community needs. You look long-term, and you set the targets for improvement. You provide the oversight. Where your administration is looking a little more mid-range, they are overseeing the departments. They are coordinating all of the components. They're providing the structure at the district and school level. They deploy. They're the operational. And then your teachers, of course, are the everyday in the trenches, right? Mm-hmm. So there's your difference. The last piece I would say here in terms of roles and responsibilities, and this is not you, okay? This is not your chart, but I'm glad to see that you have done this. I know you've done it just in the last couple of weeks, and I know you did it last year, so I'm really happy for you to do this. I think it's really important for you as a board to check in with yourselves and look at some of these very similar topics and say, how are we operating? And I'd be curious, to see what kind of conversation you'll have coming out of tonight and some of the things that we've talked about. And I think you've told me the results are in, and I know you're going to have a conversation about it, right? So I think doing a self-assessment every year is a really smart thing. I think it also sets the tone for not only your administration, your teachers, and your community. It says, you're required to assess. We're assessing as well. We want to know how we're doing and where we can improve as well. So It forces you to have a good dialogue internally. I think it helps you understand your own roles and responsibilities, and it's organized around a few key topics, leadership, accountability. I can't read anything this small, even with my glasses, goals. So I think I'm really looking forward to you having this conversation. And it really, again, lets you all have a voice. And you were able, I know, to submit this anonymously. And I think you'll have a really good dialogue going forward. And you'll be able to see from year to year how it changes. So these are the kinds of questions. Again, this is not you. This is just, an example. Because if you weren't doing it, I would really strongly recommend it. But you've already done it. So, you'll be able to look overall, where your scores were, where they were by topic. And then, don't even try to read it. But and then, by question. So these are the kind of results that you're going to get. So, overall, how did we look overall? How did we look by person? So the middle one is where you'll be able to see where each question was answered. And then, you'll be able to look kind of by question, by topic. So I think you'll really be able to see where we might agree on some things. And you'll be able to see where, as a board, do we really disagree? Among the 7 of us, does some of us think we're doing really well and some of us think we need improvement or that we really aren't doing well at all? And I think that's where you'll be able to shape your conversation. And so if there were to be some goals for the board coming out of that, I wouldn't say those are measurable. I would say those are more objective. What do we want to try to improve upon as a board? Is it some of the things we've talked about tonight? Is it setting up, creating a formal orientation? Is it setting up some ongoing development? Is it creating operating procedures? Is it trying to develop some more activities where we get to know each other better? Is it coming up with a list of data points, that we would like to see in meetings? Is it formalizing how we, XYZ? I mean, they'll be very specific to your conversation, but I think that you will likely see where you have some real points of disagreement here in the data, in the self-assessment. So I think you'll have a really rich conversation. So 2 more of that 4, remember there were 4 sort of pillars of governance, 2 more here, and they're very brief to cover. The 3rd pillar of effective governance here is positive, having a positive governing body culture. So this is back to the participatory element of the conversation. Who would like to read this one?
I guess just going around the room.
Oh, okay.
Is this on?
Yes.
Looks like it's on. Okay, culture is the positive or negative atmosphere created by the way people in an organization treat each other. Teams have unwritten or written agreements about how they will behave with each other and others. These behavioral ground rules, often called norms, enable teams to build and maintain a positive culture or shift a negative one.
Very good. So we started the evening tonight with some norms, I would say, for our conversation. I figured they would be unnecessary, but I kind of I knew we would bring it back around to this. I'm super pleased we didn't need to enforce them like good cop, bad cop, but these are the kinds of things that I have seen other boards do. Some boards may just need a few of these just to remind each other, that, okay, we need to act this way at our meetings. We will treat each other with respect. We will be present both physically and mentally. The idea that we aren't playing on our phones or we don't have our other devices out. We will listen to learn. We will refrain from side conversations. We'll use our time wisely. We will challenge ideas and not people. That's often a big one for boards. We will ask questions when in doubt. We will interpret silence as agreement, and we will adopt a premise of no surprises. The idea that we aren't going to pop something off in a public meeting, that surprises the superintendent, like demand something or ask a question for which he or the administration is not prepared to answer. There's just no reason to do that. Especially considering the premise of what? We are a board superintendent team. There's always plenty of time, I'm assuming, between the delivery of the board packet and the meeting to supply questions in advance. Why wouldn't you want to get your answers in advance? It doesn't mean you can't, again, ask them or thank the administrator for providing say, I asked a question. I've often done this. It's like, thank you. I asked a question about the cost of leasing the new buses. I appreciate you providing that for me. It lets your public know that you had a question, so you aren't just sitting there, thinking everything was great, but, you don't have to ask a question for which they can't get an answer for you right away. All that does is delay any decision-making, and I mean, there's no reason to make anyone look unprepared when they can easily provide an answer with a little bit of time. So I would assume the flip side of that is saying, hey, if you could get questions to me by 2:00, I can have answers to you by 5 or 6 ahead of the meeting. I mean, don't bombard somebody on a day of a board meeting, at 4:00 with a list of 10 questions. I mean, if 7 of you do that, it makes it very difficult for for the superintendent to get all those questions answered. So I think that's, that spirit of collaboration that we talked about a little bit earlier. It just, you can do your jobs then, you have all the information you need, and he's prepared to come to the meeting, with everything that you've asked for. So is there anything on here that you think really applies here, or anything that that isn't on here that might be applicable to your board? Or do you feel a need to have something like this? Maybe that's the more important question. I mean, the idea of norms is really how we treat each other.
Well, just so that our silence is not interpreted as agreement, I would say for the most part, I think I told you this on our meeting online, that the group of us are all, there's been moments of lapses with all of us, but for the most part, we're a very respectful group of each other. And so I would say yes. I mean, there's been a couple of sidebar meetings maybe that I could have used sample norms to run meetings that would be helpful, but otherwise, I think we have a very professional group.
Yeah.
So.
It's excellent. It's great to hear. I mean, I've been around boards where it had devolved so badly that it had been recommended that everyone address everyone by last name. And I asked that when I first got here because I don't know the culture, right? And so, I mean, literally, everyone was expected to address Dr. Lawson. I'm not going to, I had to pick that one. Mr. MacArthur, Mrs. Fritz, even administrators, if someone came up to present, it was, thank you, Mrs. Rogers. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Madam President, I mean, it was that, and we've all known each other, we'd known each other for years, or this board was doing that. I mean, it had devolved to that point. And it seems silly, but it was a sense of, okay, you got to start somewhere, right? And so I'm not getting that sense here. And it doesn't feel necessary just sitting here in this room. So I don't think that would be something that would be important here. So, but, that's the kind of thing when you're talking about how do you treat each other, that might be a norm that would be important somewhere else. But boy, does that feel onerous, right? I mean, if a board is to that point, what does that say? I mean, just think for a minute about what that says to the teachers, to the staff, to the parents. If you're sitting in a, I mean, to the point where say you wanted to address, these were the norms. You would have to say, Madam President, may I? I mean, it was like a, let's just not speak. I mean, you had to ask for the floor. I mean, this is the culture that was in this district. And it took a long time to sort of get people comfortable enough with each other that, they could kind of get out of that, I mean, yuck. And think about how it had to get, how far it had to get, and what they were modeling for their district. That's not the organization you want to be. So, luckily, I'm not feeling that at all here. We're fine-tuning, we're clarifying roles and responsibilities, but did you want to say something? You're moving the microphone close. Please. No? Yes.
No, I just find that the first one, I think it's super important, and
Yeah.
I think that everyone here does it, is, even if you don't like someone, you always treat them with respect, and you respect them as an individual and their own beliefs and their own, what they have to say. I mean, and I think we do a good job of, actually respecting everyone for who they are. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Excellent. Good. Well, no, this is the kind of thing that's always on the table, you know, and if you need it, if you were to create some operating procedures and you wanted sort of a little blip in there and just to have a handful of, I mean, norms, ethics, you know, there's all kinds of language you could use just to have sort of this is what we value, you know, there's all kinds of language you could use just to say, hey, this is what is important to us, and it doesn't have to be kind of this big, separate, standalone, you know, slap it on the wall and it makes it look like we have this giant issue that we're trying to, it's more of just a statement of respect. Okay, so our last sort of pillar of governance there. Oh, Monica, we came to you. Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4. You get to read. Yes. Supportive structure and process.
Effective teams discuss and agree on the formal structures and process used by the board and superintendent in their functioning as a team. Protocols are the process followed by the board and superintendent as they work together to govern the district.
Thank you. Oh, this is my favorite. This is my favorite. I'm a process person. If you couldn't tell. So again, like this is one of the first things that, you know, that we talked about is, you know, so how do you get things done? How do you, I mean, when you talk about, to me, when you talk about effective governance, this is it. I mean, you have sort of the culture that sets it up and you have the processes that set it up. And in just sort of our conversation and in what I've seen in other districts and across the state, these are the kinds of things where boards tend to fall short or not have processes in place that land them in I don't want to say trouble, but just sort of what was the phrase that you used earlier, Monica? You know, it's like winging it. Yes, winging it, right? And if everybody's winging it, it just, boy, you're just doing 10 times as much work. Right? And it certainly is more work for the person who sits in the president's chair, whose job it is to manage all this. Because I can certainly tell you, as someone who sat in it for 4 years, it's a much bigger job than managing the meetings, than just running the meetings. It's become an enormous job. And so having protocols in place makes it a little more manageable. So I would say these are the kinds of things that you guys might want to, let's just spend a few minutes talking about, and some of them we've talked about extensively tonight, that if we had some of these spelled out in more detail, in any detail, might make life a little easier. The life of a board member a little easier. So, board orientation and development. What do we think?
Need to do it.
Check. So something, you know, having a planned orientation spelled out would be easy. Yes, would help. Okay. I think having communication on there is more, and chain of command kind of go hand in hand, but you know, communication can also be, you know, handling requests from the media. What's the board policy on that? I mean, you know, typically the president's the spokesperson. You guys sort of empower the president when you name your president every year. And I assume your organizational meeting is coming up, I think, end of the month, right? So I would certainly recommend whoever the president's going to be, even if it's going to be you again or whoever it's going to be. You know, MASB does a very extensive board president workshop. I think it's very much worth the time. I did it. I did parts 1 and 2, and it's a huge job. I just can't even begin to tell you. It is a tremendously huge job these days in particular. The sword is a big part of it, you know, the community sword. I mean, it's just a tremendous job. Not tremendous, yay, tremendous, oh my goodness, you know, weight of the world job.
Yeah, Anna's gotten her hands full with that. And people will do something from the community, and she's got to handle 2 or 3 phone calls before to board people or to it's been too long. To Brad, and before you know it, you've got half your day sunk into a FOIA request, or well, there was another silly little thing this spring that pretty much ruined your weekend.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, believe me, I understand, right? So, you know, again, communication might be another thing where you have some protocols spelled out in terms of, similar to the chain of command, in terms of how things are communicated. And that could be both coming from you, to the president, you know, how things go out to the board. It could be as detailed as when you as the superintendent are going to phone call, text, or email. I don't know, there could be like a code there, like what's going to happen if there is an emergency. You may have that already, but you know, having that more spelled out, again, then there's no question, right? And it all sort of goes under the subset of those operating procedures. So, and really a lot of this is, it sounds like to me that having, and I don't have board operating procedures on here, to me it really is kind of the heading of the slide. Information requests, I would say, is another one where boards can overwhelm a superintendent and administration simply because they don't have a procedure in place. And I think it just can clearly, having that clearly spelled out can just be helpful for everyone in terms of when you have a question, you know, who does it go to? When you want information, who does it go to? If you have a simple question, can it just go to the superintendent? If you request something massive, does that have to go to the full board? You know, I mean, remember we said the board has one employee, right? Well, does one board member have the authority to make a huge demand on the superintendent? No, right? You are one entity. You are not 7 individuals with power. Issue number 2 that's really hard to swallow. Fix it, not one. Sorry to tell you, but you don't have a lot of authority sitting here as individuals. In fact, you have none. You are one entity. You are one board. It doesn't mean you can't make things happen, but the way you make things happen is with your fellow board members at this table. Maybe at that table? At that table. Okay, at that table. But you know my point. Okay, there's my point, right? So those are the kinds of things, again, if they were spelled out and you understood, when I have questions, how do I get them answered? That might have been helpful for both of you to know from the get-go. I'm just thinking, because now you probably have a lot of questions because you didn't, you know, I mean, you came on as new board members. So, similar with handling complaints and concerns, we talked about that. Chain of command, we talked about that. Confidentiality and Open Meetings Act, something that comes up a lot. Can we talk about business outside of this? Well, I mean, yes and no. If you're just talking to one person, it's not a quorum violation. You know, so there's all these things that come up. So I would ask you to think about, you know, what are the kinds of things that you need clarity on? Maybe this becomes part of your self-evaluation question and can become a board goal going forward and just becomes part of this operating procedures. These were the things that were really kind of top of mind and that came up in the couple of conversations that David and I had. Dr. Rabideau, sorry, that's too informal. I can't do it. Oh gosh, no, too informal. I can't do it. So, so really, those are kind of our 4 pillars. And if I ask what's next, what next? Where to from here? As someone I used to work with said. I have one more thing I'd like you to do, and I'm well within mine. Well within. I don't know how many of these. I'm going to ask you to take 3 minutes and fill this out. And if anyone wants to share, that's fine. If not, I'm going to take them with me and help kind of summarize, you know, what I share back with you. I mean, we've talked about a whole lot of things, and I've asked you to push back, and I've asked you to, you know, think about, you know, what makes an effective governance team, and, you know, think about how we clarify our roles and responsibilities and how we can be more effective as a board. And so I just want to know what nuggets you're going to take away tonight. And so fill in any or all of these squares for me. What is one thing that you might stop doing What's one thing you might start doing? Is there something that you will continue doing? Is there something you might change? And I'm going to use that. And again, if anyone wants to share, that's fine. If not, I'm going to sort of use that to sort of build some categories of recommendations along with everything that we have talked about tonight and the notes that I've captured. But I think clearly we have a few kind of big ticket items that I would strongly recommend that you think about going forward. And I would also, although I know you tend to not like small committee work, that you work in a committee as a whole, I might also challenge you, if you were going to work on some of these things, to think about putting a few of you together who may not have worked together before to work on them. Well, not tonight. I'm just talking conceptually here. That when you talk about, say, things like designing an orientation, or what information what information had I wish I'd been given when I joined the school board because there was no formal orientation? Who better to do that than a brand new school board member, maybe with the help of someone who's been on the board a little bit longer? I'm just suggesting that. So that's just something to think about. And if you want to share anything you've written, hold on to your sheet and let me know. And if you want to just pass it back, I'll take it back. But I'm always really happy when I sit with a group of 8 and all 8 people speak. Normally, if I'm standing in a session and I'm walking around and someone hasn't spoken, I'll go right over their shoulder at the very end and I'll ask them a question and I'll make them say something really wise at the end because I'll tell them they're holding back. So I didn't have to do that tonight. And I'll tell you that I will be doing a session in the fall at the annual conference on onboarding, which is another way to say orientation. So maybe I'll see some of you there. I think we're in Traverse City this year, which is always beautiful in October. All right, as soon as our 2 come back, I'll ask if anyone wants to share, and then I will let you get on with your meeting. We will wrap up and...
Hi, Romeo. Hi, guys. How are you? High school principal. How was fishing?
Hello, hello. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Romeo.
I didn't quite know how to time it, but it was pretty good.
He was on his fishing boat.
And so how long have you been on the board?
Myself?
Yeah.
2.5 years.
Okay.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
I think I did get my board, yes, okay. What's that?
These are just for us.
I know, I want them back.
Oh, you do want them back?
Yes.
Okay. You're reading them.
I hadn't really thought about that. I wouldn't mind your names on them if, I will categorize them and I won't share specifics with, how's that? I'm curious, I would like your names on them because I'm curious and it might help me, but I will not share names back with the district. How's that? Is that a fair? I don't know, this doesn't seem like a group that would be too mindful of it. Is anyone going to share any of their thoughts with the group? Oh, well, okay, hold on. Don't pass them back. Okay, I wanted everyone back, and I wanted to ask if anyone wants to share anything they wrote down before I collect them and we go. Well, I go, sorry. I know y'all have an agenda to get to.
We're all back. Oh, I don't mind sharing.
Okay, thank you.
This is a safe space. It's what's going on behind the TV you worry about more, but I just right. So for my stop, I said stop thinking this is always how it's been done. So like start. Well, I did a few different ones, but I'll keep one that maybe no one else put. And I just said schedule a self-eval debrief through MASB and work towards creating board goals. Continue to personally invest in individual trainings and change. And I put my mindset. I liked what one of the, I think it was the, I don't know, one of the things you put up there, but it said, address and challenge ideas, not people. And I really like that. I think that's a good mindset to have. So,
All right. How about one more, and then I'll get out of your hair.
I put down on the start, doing individual time with other members I disagree with. I actually stumbled across Abraham Lincoln quoted, "I don't like that person. I need to get to know them better." And that was back in April or sometime. I almost reached out and did something, but spring happened. And then the other one that I think it got brought up in our book study, and then again tonight. I think I want to develop something to get more community input on the goal and vision. That topic. I think that's something that I'm lacking on.
Okay. Thank you. All right. All right. Well, anyone else? I don't want to cut off. Anyone else? All right. Well, listen, thank you so much. If you did want to read, pass them to me or I'll grab them as we're going. But I want to thank you so very much for your participation tonight and for allowing me to sort of wax philosophic and talk to you about effective governance. We covered a lot of territory, and I think we did it pretty darn fast. So don't tell MASB that I got through it as fast as I did. I'm going to let you get on to your meeting. Thank you so much for your attention, for participating, and maybe I'll see you again down the road. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I will close up and get out.
Everyone okay if we just keep going and if people need to individually use bathrooms? Okay, great. All right. Thank you for coming, Kelly. We're going to keep moving along to curriculum and instruction related items. Dave, is this you, I assume? Or the whole crew, I guess, I would imagine.
What's
The first one is code of conduct. They are, if we have computers. Okay.
So we did link each of these documents in the agenda there, so you can take a look at them.
Dave?
Yeah.
The agenda is Somerset?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think
The
once.
first one was active links, the second one wasn't.
The high school?
I only got one agenda, and those links weren't active.
Oh, okay.
It should be active now. Do you see it now?
The
Yeah.
I think, is it because
We-
summer when they go online? to
Well,
the
we were going to print them out, but a couple of them don't format well at all. And
Mine were not highlighted, and I thought, that's odd, but
Yeah.
maybe you wanted us to go on.
so we do have some copies printed, but
Oh, you good? Okay. Okay. Yeah, they're fine.
so the
Your eyes are better than mine.
the handbooks, the AHS, the Thunder Bay, and the elementary handbooks don't have any changes from last year.
Okay, can you say that again real quick?
Yeah, the handbooks, high school, Thunder Bay, and elementary don't have any changes other than the date and any personnel changes that were in there. Code of conduct, and I had that all up, but there were no substantial changes. We added under forgery, use of artificial intelligence and making a false report as well.
Dave, what page is that? I'm trying to get to it on my computer.
Yeah,
Sorry.
give me 1 second. I
Okay, sorry.
had to switch my computer.
No, you're fine. I assumed that they wanted me to.
Code of conduct.
Yeah, it's in the code of conduct. And again, you're not approving these tonight, so.
Yeah, we're not approving them tonight, so we can take
okay.
a look at them whenever. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Academic integrity, artificial intelligence is mentioned in there as well. Went with the just reference to citing and using artificial intelligence. Didn't go into too much detail, knowing that we're in the process of looking at our artificial intelligence practices, policies, protocols, all of that. And what is that?
Did we find out what page, that one's page 10.
Page 10.
Okay. It's forgery. Okay, so this is this one here.
That, what are we changing in the forgery again, Dave?
Just adding artificial intelligence, use of it.
That's not,
Lying or intentionally misrepresenting information to school district personnel.
Sorry, which one are you?
I'm looking at
Forgery, false
forgery and
information.
false information.
It doesn't have AI list. Oh,
Sorry, so, yeah, okay. I
Okay,
got it
I'm
in front of me
sorry.
now. So forgery
Yes.
is on page 11.
yep.
Yep.
And added, the addition was making false reports.
Ah, okay, false
okay,
reports.
we'll catch up here in a minute.
Okay, there.
Now, artificial intelligence
He's talking
is under academic dishonesty,
The very
which is
first
on
one.
page 13
Oh, here.
and 10.
Oh, well, you're saying, yeah, so
There
if
it
you
is
look
right
at
there.
page 10, just keep scrolling down. Oh, see, the 10, and the number on the,
The number on the,
so it's page 12,
Mhm.
the 10, all the way to the very top.
Yep.
Academic dishonesty, yep.
So on page 10, academic dishonesty included the use of artificial intelligence there.
okay.
And then on 13, technology misuse as well, just included a reference to artificial intelligence.
AI.
Dave, just out of curiosity, when there is when, let's say somebody takes a picture, what happens to that student? I'm sorry, if somebody takes a picture of another student, what happens then?
Well, I would go to Rome. I mean, it's going to be
Go ahead,
case by
Romeo.
case for sure.
Yeah, it's case by case. If you're taking a picture, for example, if I'm walking down the hall and you see me limping and you want to take a picture of that, I think it's funny and post that somewhere, you'd be suspended.
Like a 10-day, you mean?
No, probably one to three, depending on the severity. If you're taking a picture in a classroom and Sarah's offended because you took a picture because you thought you were taking a picture of something that was, you had permission, and she was in it, we would have to work through that situation, because there are different pieces, and every one is independent of itself. So you can't have a cookie cutter philosophy on it. It's really, really difficult. But those two are totally different, both ends of the spectrum. So it's really, really having to make sure you communicate with your students, listen to them, and try to find where's the truth and where's the truth lie.
You know, a lot of it's the intent, right?
The intent ends up being, so thank you for bringing that up, and the intent is where the suspension would come from. What's your intent, what's your purpose? So I mentioned that limit, because that would be something, if you're making fun of me, your intent was to make fun of me. And taunting. Fall on a more severe line.
So when I read the personal communication device there, and then that came up to my mind, what actually does happen, and then bringing it back around to this technology misuse.
So the technology misuse would, that would turn into taunting, the intent.
The intent was to make fun of me.
was to be taunting. You might have used technology to do it, you might have used paper, pencil, notes to do it, but if you're taunting, call it what it is, and it's taunting, not, you could have done that with or without the cell phone, so that takes the technology piece out of it.
Okay.
If we move to harassment, I have to highlight, for all intents and purposes, taunting is more linked to elementary and junior high. We move to the harassment piece and look at it more clearly through that lens.
Okay. Curiosity at lunch.
Is there anything that happens outside of the school?
Depending.
Okay.
On how.
So you want to come sit up here for the microphone?
Yeah, do you want to?
Oh, gosh, we did.
And that's a good mic. Yeah, the intent is the biggest piece. So if it's, start the timer, Summer. So the biggest thing is if it's happening outside school and truly it stays outside school, it's an outside school piece. When it disrupts the school day and it becomes part of our world in some way that it impacts somebody else, then it becomes part of our world, and we have to look at it. How deeply we look is that's a tough one. Shirley did start the timer. Yeah. Okay, but truly it's one that we struggle with, and it's less than in years past. We have less because less cell phone use during the day has lended less of that issue, which has been really good. Yeah, it is. Freedom of speech, and
Bringing it like it back to the school and like the kids are
Yep.
uncomfortable.
Yep.
They don't want to.
At that point, it would be a disruption.
Yeah, disruption of the day.
Disruption of school day, then
Okay.
Yep. And again, there's no cookie cutter for it. It's something that I would never do on my own if I was a principal. I'd always look for consultation to make sure that I wasn't biased in one way or the other, to make sure somebody else is looking at it. We do, in those situations, it is not an individual situation. Typically, it's 2 or 3 of us putting our heads together to ensure that we're getting the best we can, that we're doing what's in the best interest of everyone. The person who did it, the victims, the unnamed victims. There's oftentimes unnamed victims. I mean, we had one. It's just biggest thing is don't take pictures. Literally, really don't take pictures. And it's tough. And I'll ask people. Anybody here doesn't want their picture taken? I try to do that quite often. And again, will a kid raise their hand? You're not sure. But, at elementary schools, it's much more prevalent than it is at the secondary. But we have to really be careful. And it's slippery. It's a slippery slope.
Good job, Romeo. You're improving.
Okay. Anything else on the code of conduct?
Nope. And then the process, it's just an annual to approve that. So we would have the code of conduct and each of these handbooks. There's not much to discuss with the AHS, Thunder Bay, or Elementary Handbook, but we do have a new multilingual handbook that Stacy will talk about, and then just updates to our GSRP handbook, which Steph will talk about.
Oh,
She can get microphone.
You are welcome.
Okay, so MDE now requires all multilingual programs to have a handbook. Brandy Shooks and I worked together to adapt an MDE, essentially template, to fit APS. And it just basically outlines all the federal and state requirements and compliance to run a multilingual program. So it's pretty straightforward. But after you have a chance to look through, if you have any questions, just let me know.
And if you want these printed, again, all of these except the GSRP print out normally. It's the GSRP has comments in the margins, editing comments, which throws off the formatting a bit. But you can view them. They all look as they should online.
Have they been posted back on the websites or not yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not till we approve.
Correct. And, yeah, I mean, so we went through a website change. I'm pretty sure they're all down, but whether they are or not, they're not official until you approve them.
So for the GSRP handbook, I was the one who made it complicated, but I put in what the changes are so you can scroll through and see specifically what they were. The biggest changes are we are starting a second program. We are starting at the beginning of the school year. So last year we had to go on a half day Friday. We're moving back to the traditional Monday through Thursday full day program. Some of the editing you'll see is going to be off, but as I accept those comments to change it, it will change the editing. So I know like the last 2 pages look weird, but once I accept the suggestions, then that will take care of that. The other change is I'm still working with Besser administration to try to think about any of the potential issues, but we're shifting, very strongly thinking about shifting the start time by 33 minutes. So they would have an 8 o'clock start time. We'll have 32 4-year-olds that have to be hand delivered to the teacher. So having that happen at dismissal and at the start of the day with everyone else in Besser just is not safe to do that. If we try to shift it to a different door, then we don't have a secure entry. We don't have necessarily other staff watching that door. That part is not on camera outside. So we're worried about the mad rush of on and off the bus. And so it's common in the other programs that NEMSCA oversees to have an adjusted start and end time. Those teachers' contracted day would also be adjusted to fit the contract, the 15 minutes before and the 15 minutes after. They don't eat in the cafeteria. They eat in their classroom, so it really wouldn't change anything else. And then the other major changes are just updating the staffing to be accurate with our second edition of the classroom. And then the home center visits. A lot of the things in this handbook are required by child care licensing, so we really don't have flexibility to change those things, or the GSRP model through the state of Michigan, or MyLeap. So they are required to have a November and May parent-teacher conference. Last year we did it in March and June just because of the adjusted start time. But other than that, there aren't any major changes with the exception of adjusting to 30 minutes earlier.
Do the families know yet that the times might change, or?
They don't. It's an APS plan, or a APS program, not a Besser program. So they were just notified that they would be in the program, and the calendar and schedule would follow.
Okay.
So when you apply for any preschool program, you apply through NEMSCA, and then you're based on trying to make sure that try to honor family requests, but also trying to make sure that one classroom isn't overloaded with maybe students who have IEPs. So they could be, I think Sunset, which is most of the Head Start programs, they actually start their day at 7:45. So it's a pretty wide range. The Sanborn program also starts prior to the normal school day that NEMSCA oversees. So this is pretty typical.
Any questions? Obviously, looking at them when we're at home. Do we approve these on Monday?
Yeah, not this coming Monday, but the following,
Oh, yeah.
the 28th.
28th, oh, yeah,
Yep.
I'm not trying to rush July or anything. So, is there a good process that you'd like us to handle if we have questions or thoughts on any of it between now and then? So,
Yeah, you can use the form in the superintendent update
Okay.
to submit any questions.
okay. If everyone's good, we'll move on to the Michigan High School Athletic Association membership resolution.
There wasn't.
Yeah.
So the MHSAA membership resolution, some board members asked to see the handbook that it references. I did put that in my update, I think last week and this week. So ultimately, on, again, the 28th, our next meeting, you would vote to adopt this resolution, which allows our athletes to participate in postseason with MHSAA. And I would just ask now if there are any questions around that handbook, and if there aren't now, just you can add them to the Google form in the superintendent update.
I just I had a comment and a question, I guess. Reading through the thing, it's clear that they've thought of about everything, and every line item has to have been something that happened, that somebody had to figure out and get into this document. It's insane. But I guess my only question really is, do we have issues, maybe outstanding issues that our coaches are telling us that are not working with this involvement, or just any red flags that the board should know about? I guess I didn't see anything. Well, I saw a lot of things I didn't even entirely understand. It's just deep. But I just wondered if there were any particular issues that we should know about. But other than that, I don't have any concerns.
Okay. I will touch base with Ben, our athletic director.
Okay.
That was a good way to put that, Eric.
Okay. Anything further on that? Okay, if not, we can go ahead to board discussion items. And I was just going to say before we get going on this, did want to let everyone know this afternoon, I did receive back that everyone had taken self-evaluation. We have their report, so I had quickly forwarded it to Kelly and hadn't really gone through myself, but I will forward it out to everyone else. And then I had sent Dave a question just asking when athletic schedules for the fall would be posted on the website. So.
And Ben thought they were, so he's checking right now to see. He was going to do a Facebook push out this week with the new schedules. So.
Okay, anyone else have anything else before we go to the agenda items that are listed under board discussion?
Well, while we're talking about fall sports, did we ever hear back from the DNR about the cross-country trail?
Yeah, they, and Simon's been in touch with Run United. They only approved 2 crossings, so that is the current driveway between the high school and the athletic field, and then 1 additional one. So Run United's plan had 2 additional, 2 crossings for the track itself. So they just need to rework their plans, which they knew was a possibility. They just need to work their plans to cross at 1 location only.
Oh, okay.
But I think they're good, right? I mean, I know they did a big fundraiser this weekend.
Yeah,
and they're
yeah,
kinda, like,
that we
rolling
were-
ahead. And
Great, awesome.
We were just waiting to hear back from DNR because, again, instead of crossing in 2 places, they would have to cross in 1, and that's what they're working on now. So.
Sweet.
Just real quick, if I can throw in, I just want to have full disclosure. I am volunteering as a football coach, so I am not being paid. I did not take a position from anybody else, and I won't be voting on this. So when I abstain from it, that's why. But just so the board is aware.
Thank you for volunteering to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, thanks. Have you started much or
Conditioning.
conditioning? Are you being conditioned too?
I am as well, yes.
So is this our board comment question time?
Yeah, board
Kinda?
discussion
Okay.
items. Yeah.
I had taken the PBIS page from your presentation last month home, and I showed it to my sister-in-law, who is a teacher in Palm Beach County, and she's up torturing me. And her recommendation was to make sure that the teachers got adequate training on it. She is actually, I think she said, on their committee for that. And she said after even 15 years she still gets good information from the training. So she said that was a key component of that.
Yeah.
And I didn't remember if that was part of your presentation or not.
Yeah, I don't think we
ladies want
touched
to
on the
speak?
training during mine, but it's absolutely a key
Okay.
component to our plan going forward. You want to share anything?
So we are planning on training for new teacher orientation. We already have plans with Rome for the high school. We met with our behavior consultant and our early intervening consultant, just kind of talked about global needs for PBIS from a teacher perspective who are coming into consultant roles, and they definitely felt like there needs to be more global training around classroom use PBIS. So we're going to be doing some more inquiry about needs assessments and things like that to provide the training. So training is very important when implementing a new system. They need to know the content to be able to be expected to implement. So definitely have that on our forefront for planning.
Okay, great.
Anything else? Okay, then we'll move on to personal communication devices, policy 5136. How's this going at the high school, Mr. Bordash?
So
Timer.
I ran just a simple one
I-
off right here for you.
Like, right.
Pass those off real quick. I'm going to have to be hands-free for a little bit. Just kidding.
Here,
I might have to
you
use
wanna
your.
take Dr.
Yeah.
Lawson's?
Can I steal yours?
Yeah, absolutely.
It'd just be easier. 'Cause as I'm thumbing through, I will. Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a take a step back prior to 2-3 years ago when we went to in 22-23 we surveyed our staff to determine what were their thoughts on cell phones in the classroom, cell phones in the hallway, and our survey that we pushed out, and Steph was in charge of that, was 85% of our staff members said we want a full ban during instructional time. So that, which we already knew. We already had, and actually if you go back a year before that, we were already doing good things in our classrooms, but we gave teacher autonomy to let them choose whether they would allow it in the classroom. They clearly stated what they wanted, and that was the only difference really. The biggest thing is 15% said we would like the autonomy to use it when we would. Use it when it was necessary, but you can't have your cake and eat it too. And the consistency is the biggest piece that we have to have when implementing a policy like this. And that's what we did. We just went with teacher buy-in. Everybody was good with it. The teachers, the 15% that said they would like to use it in the classrooms, said we can do without it. The biggest thing is not taking it to the bathrooms with them as well was the next biggest piece. That was one of the hardest things to navigate, because where do they have it? They have it in their pocket. So like if I see a kid with a phone in their hand, Eric, where you headed? Go in the bathroom. You take your phone back? Oh yeah, I got it in my hand. And go back and not bring it with you. The ticket was really being present in the hallways, seeing that, and it worked. It really did. And to be quite honest, our teachers now, it's almost second nature. When I walk into a classroom, if I see a student on a phone, for example, because they can't see it. If Steph's teaching here, she can't see that Sarah has it on her desk. If I'm in doing an observation or I'm just walking around, I'll walk up to the student and I say, "Can I have your phone?" And the teacher doesn't even stop. And the teacher's not offended by that because they can't necessarily see it. But it really reinforces that structure of we've got to be consistent. And if I saw Eric 2 times was teaching that class and 3 times kids were on phones when I came in, we have to have a conversation about that because you're not getting around seeing things enough. You're not moving about the room. You need to change your proximity. But we really have to be consistent. And so through the survey, we determined what we needed to do. The biggest thing, social conflict, was, you mentioned that about bullying and about taunting. We saw a huge decrease in that percentage of kids being harassed, of kids being taunted, and that was huge. It really was. And we knew, I think, going in, that was going to be probably one of our hypotheses was that would happen, but it really was refreshing to know that was not lost in that policy. So the policy that we have now, I believe, is good. I feel confident in it. The biggest thing is consistency, ensuring that we refresh. And we have to do refreshers every once in a while. I do, what I try to do on my announcements is periodically hit all these pieces momentarily through the month. We have the TVs in the school, and my students are the ones who lead those slides for me. I give them the information. They create the slides, and that's part of that. That's part of that programming is reinforcing that cell phone, not to have it up all the time because then it becomes non-existent. So this is in all classrooms, and we really push for, don't get combative. One of the pieces that the teachers were most worried about was confrontation. What's going to happen? We're going to damage our rapport with kids when we have to ask for a phone. Monica, can I have your phone? Screw you, Berdage. I just keep on going, go to my phone. Can you send security to F209, please? And let them, can you go with security, please? But what did I do? Just head with them, I'll talk to you in a little while. And just go about my business. And it works. A lot of times that student, Monica, would go outside and say, wow, I really shouldn't have said that to Berdage. It was the wrong thing to say. And then we use restorative justice in practice to try to, what could you have done differently? So if she recognizes what she did was wrong, maybe the principal says, do you think you can stop by before or after lunch and see Mr. B and talk to him about what happened in that class? And 9 out of 10 times they're doing that. So they're recognizing, so we don't have to kick her out of school right away that day. If she continues with that behavior going down, she's probably going to go home. More than likely she might go home. But if there's a restorative opportunity, we're going to take every chance to do that. So I think that loss of rapport with students, actually some of it gained where the students, if you build that continual reinforcement that cell phones are not needed in here. Your phone's going off. Guess who the number one, probably the number one person that is breaking it is the parent. The parent is contacting that kid. That kid feels that vibration. They got to look. They've got to reach out to their mom. However, Eric's going in to have surgery. His daughter's in class, comes up to me and says, Mr. B, my dad's going to be in surgery. I didn't want to miss class today. My mom's probably going to text me. When you see that go off, go up in the hallway. And so when I walk down the hallway and I see Stephanie out in the hallway and she's on her phone, I am assured I don't need to stop and say, why are you on your phone? I know that teacher gave her permission. She's out there for a reason. And so that respect, that mutual respect with those students, that teacher, that's all rapport. I see Steph out there 3 or 4 times on her phone. I'm probably going to come up and say, dude, why are you on your phone? I've got this family emergency, and it happens, and we see it with kids all the time. But our number one are parents. How are you getting home? What's going on? You should have answered in between classes. Could have done this at lunch. No, they're like the rest of us. That phone vibrates. It's like, I'm never guilty at home. It's like Pavlov's dog. I start drooling. I'm kidding.
Romeo, do any of the teachers or Lisa in the building use like the pocket charts where they have to put them in a pocket when they come in the classroom?
We don't currently, but it's been up for discussion, and we've talked about that. My biggest fear, and some people, Matt's been at the table on this too, is theft. What happens when that phone disappears out of that thing? We want to say that nobody's going to do it, and how many times have we sat at a classroom saying, we're not leaving here till we get this phone. It's in this room. We're not leaving. And I've been 100%, but we're just a day away from somebody taking it. I like that because then it really is out of their pocket. We would love to say, put it in your bag. But then I'm staring at your pockets. Do you have that in your pocket? Is that a phone there? I'm not doing that. It's really difficult to see where's that phone. They're big enough that you can see them, but you don't want to be walking down the hall hawking kids like, oh, you got a phone in your pocket. What are you doing with that? No. So, but it is a good idea. We've talked, as much as last year, we've talked about that. Lise, can you?
Well, I was going to say 2 years I had a phone charging station in my room, and the kids knew it, and they just came in, they put their phones on it, they didn't even mess with it the rest of the day, or the rest of the hour, I should say. And then they'd take it, sometimes they'd forget it, but I'd hold on to it because I know whose it is. But that worked for me. But I also, during this policy that we started last year, I was just like, give me your phone. I'm not going to give you my phone. Okay. You sure you're not going to give me the phone? I'm asking for your phone. I'm not going to give you my phone. So then I just chatted security. Took care of it.
And many times, the kid will come back in too. Oftentimes, they'll go out there and security will try to have that conversation with them in a more private area too, and it helps. Because that is, for a lot of these kids, this is $1,200 of this is their product. This is their phone. This is their property. And getting it taken away is very hard. Very, very hard. And then we have the procedure devices. I didn't print all that for you guys, but I can get all that to you. Very, very simple. It's been a policy that we've used. So like I went back today and I said, I want to look at when we started. So I went back to 22 and looked at the 22 one. It's very similar to 23, 24, 25. Very, very simple, very, very easy to use, and it spells itself out. Again, it's not cookie cutter though. It's not a black and white. There are gray areas we have to really look at. And I always tell people, I never want to paint myself in a corner because whenever I do, I can't get out. I really want to make sure I have some leverage to get out with kids. And again, her last thing up there was listen to learn. Don't listen to, come into it with positive intent. If we come into every situation we deal with a kid with positive intent, we're going to leave 9 out of 10 times with a better ending scenario. It's when and I do it still. Prejudge, I'm prejudging, I know this would happen, and in my brain I got to say, let those biases go and listen.
Romeo, how much time is there in between classes?
5 minutes.
Okay, so I like this policy. However, do we think that they should be able to go through it in between classes, like be on their phone in between classes?
Yes, they can.
I know, but the thing is, I can see it at lunch and stuff, but they have 5 minutes to get what they need. And is it, they're going to go to their locker, they have to turn their phone on, and then is it kind of taking away from like them being like students, like that personal, like the actual personal communication with like your peers? I feel like that's a really big thing. Do they really need to have it in between their classes? I feel like it'd
be impossible to police. The size of the building, to police that would be almost impossible. Yeah. Only because they don't use their lockers anymore. Okay. Students just don't use them. They use backpacks. We did locker clean out, and I'm thinking, why did I do this? There's no lockers to clean out. The one kid said, I put a pencil in there at the beginning of the year. It's still there. I never use that pencil because they just carry backpacks.
So.
Yep. And so,
we all went. They can check that at lunch and stuff, but we didn't have cell phones when we were in school. None of us. And could you imagine like us being in the halls, like walking down the hall, being on our phone, just going in between classes? We're missing so much of the communication of actually being present and there. When I think the real problem is we're all addicted to our phones, right? And we're teaching that at a much earlier age. So it's really an addictive trait. So we're just, when they're going between classes instead of talking to each other, they're on their phone. And we were all part of the generation that we didn't have that.
Yeah. And I would tell you in watching, if I'm in the hallways, almost between every hour if I can be, yeah. And they are not glued to their phone. I would say 30%, 20% are on it, but they are interacting. You still have, I was racing to get my girlfriend I was getting to that class. I was going to the bathroom to make sure I was there so I could walk her to class. You know what I mean? Seriously, mm-hmm. They still are doing that. They're in the hallways, and if you, I use C House, for example, walking through, and I just like to people watch. And you can see they're visiting. They're really not on their phones.
I don't know. I see tons of kids hanging out, and all they're doing is in their phones. They're not even talking to each other. That's the way they have to hang out now.
I think at lunch more than not they would, but in the hallways in between classes they are really engaging with each other, which is much better. Yeah, they're doing the loop, and if they're at the table, they really are. Some of them might be just brain. I see a couple tables where kids are they're glued on. They're doing a game or something just to get on into their reality. But I would say that a large percent of our students are communicating, which is great.
Would you say that's the same at the junior high? as
I
the high
can't
school?
say that. They don't, I don't believe they can use their phones in between, so it's a luxury at the
Only
high
during
school.
lunch?
Yeah.
Because I have a junior high kid, I hear lots of stories.
Yeah.
Or in that, you know, the community listening note knows there is a breakdown between all the schools on this. Like the elementary students can have their phones, but they have to be powered off and can't use them. The students at the Thunder Bay Junior High can only use them during lunch. And then the students at AHS can do before, after, during their lunch break, and between classes. I just wonder if we make elementary and Thunder Bay the same, and then AHS I could see because they have sports, they drive, be able to use them at lunch, but, I mean, under certain circumstances, allowing them to use it with permission, I think would be reasonable.
You're talking elementary and junior high?
No, I would think that the elementary and junior high could have them, but they should be off. I really don't see a need for
No.
them to use them at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, bring her in.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Police that would be really difficult with that volume of students at one time.
I think that's the biggest thing. We're talking about a lot of kids moving around. a lot of
Yeah.
places. It sounds, logistically, it sounds easy, it's not. It's one of those, you got, and don't hit it right on, really, it's a respect issue with the kids. I think we're all in agreement, you know, there's people that are addicted to their phones, there's no question
Yeah.
about that. Kids, generations coming up, but again, you can push to a certain point, and then all of a sudden the floodgates are gonna come back. You wanna be respectful, and at the same time give them those opportunities, but you gotta make a policy, put something in place they can manage, because you can't manage it in between hours. It's gonna be chasing kids around.
Yeah.
And some
You
people,
want them to be able to do it on their time, under the certain guidelines, whatever they may be, whether it's a lunch, 5 minutes, an hour, before and after. But I think it goes back on the Hancock was pulling out, you know, when you have parents, when you get that pushback also from the parents, I would connect with my kids. Now, it's easy to say you want to change that, you want to be able to do some things at a different level, but I think you can hear some voices coming the other way saying, I want to be able to, my kid's 17 years old, I want to be able to connect with them, even if it's in between class or text, and say respond back. So I think you just got to take, you got to look at all of it.
Sorry, no, I said, you guys can keep this.
I mean, there's so many, like, that's not realistic behaviors as they're continuing in life, right? Like, we're trying to raise adults. We're not, that's where our goal, like, as parents, we're raising adults. So we can't expect, if our child is working, to be able to message us every hour. I mean,
Well, and I think some of the difference too is you have 17-year-olds, 18-year-olds in one building, and you also have freshmen. And if
Yeah.
you were to say we're going to ban it from freshmen, it sounds good, but it's not realistic, you know, because again, and that's, as you transition out, I think if you look at a building perspective, what does that look like and what are the parameters that you have? I think when you try to really delineate and break it down even smaller, and that's going to be harder and harder to do.
Yeah.
I agree, we're trying to get them ready for the real world, and that's those soft skills that have become really the hard skills.
Yeah.
Some employers flat out, I see your phone, you're fired.
Yeah.
Depending on what it is. Others, they'll tell you that they've had to bend the rules and regulations because they say, I'll give you a 10-minute break and you can be on your phone every 2 hours. Now, we all kind of laugh at that, but it's either that or they don't have an employee. And that's, you know, that's that balance. You know, those are all those things that we have to take under consideration because you're right. I could care. Mine's here, great. But I don't know if it rings or not. I'm not one of those people, but I very well could be. But kids are the same way. This is their lifeblood, and I think it's teaching them that respect level. But we really just got to be cognizant as what's that look like by building.
I think it'd be interesting to hear Katie's perspective on it, because I would say from an age standpoint, that's probably the greatest area for abuse, because they're transitioning the junior high, and the high school. Sure, I understand what you're saying by all means. Junior high, I do question it. You know, it would be interesting to hear what she says, especially at the lunchtime, because I hear the stories. I talk to these boys all the time, and they abuse it bad. And so, do they need it at the lunchtime? No, and so having it after school, they're in sports, by all means. They got to call home, but do they have to call mom on lunch break? Unless there's an extenuating circumstance where something's going on, I would question that. And I'm not saying this is a hard set thing, but it would be really interesting to hear Katie's perspective on that. I kind of, Monica's point, elementary and junior high, put those in line. The only difference is the lunchtime.
The one thing that I would want you to consider and make sure to get Katie's input would be some students who can't make it through the day without talking to their parents with mental health issues. There's other students who might be calling their counselors if they have suicidal ideation, and that is a way that they can connect with their counselor. So taking that out, I would want to hear her input before.
But we do have the student with special health circumstances. It's right on the policy. So even like cochlear implants, type 1 diabetes that control from the phone, they'd be able to do all that.
Yes, and I don't want to push back on that, but then you get the other saying, well, why do they get to do it? And then it's like, well, they have an accommodation. Well, why do they get an accommodation? I don't get an accommodation. Now you're singling out a student who's already suicidal or having ideations of that. That's where I would want to get a little bit more input from the middle school, because that is a real issue and it's a growing issue. We could go in circles. Is that because of the phone, or is it, we don't know, but we do have a population that we need to think about that.
No, we do make accommodations for everything, so, that's, and I hear where you're coming from. I'm not trying to be argumentative. I think it'd be really interesting to hear Katie's perspective, because, she's the one that's there, we're not.
Yes.
And so,
Like I said, I feel comfortable with where we're at right now. It's manageable. I would love, we encourage kids not to be on the phone. Like I say, enjoy your friends, and spend that time in between doing that. So it's something we could spend more time doing. A clarifying question for you. Are you saying that you'd like to see us not have them in between classes? I guess I didn't. At the high school?
I don't see why you need them in between classes, really. And if you say it's not really a problem and they're not really on it,
I just don't enforce. But do you see where the enforcement issue would be an issue? How would you enforce it? My thing is we have a hard time in the class. Enforcement would be.
Classes are in pods of 30.
Yeah.
When they're all, when everyone's, teachers still in the classrooms, maybe.
I guess maybe we'd have to reach out some districts that have 0 cell phones and see what they do and how they, I don't know,
There are, and
There
all
are.
they do is.
How do they handle it?
Some do the bag phones or magnetic, where you put them on, put them out, you punch
Yeah.
them, punch them out. There's all sorts of ways to do it.
Yeah.
Just, it's perspective, you just have to see where it
And
is.
I think a lot of it's culture too, comes culture.
In your group of Northern Michigan principals, how many of them have zero tolerance?
None. We all follow the same. We kind of developed our cell phone and dress code policies the same when we started them. It was our brainstorming together that said, this works, what works for you, what worked for here. And again, it's like Petoskey's, Deidre, the biggest thing is our frustration is, I want to be in classrooms. If I'm doing this, I won't be in classrooms. This is what I have to focus on. And that's the hardest thing is what has the biggest value? Where's the biggest payoff? Do we see enough that's so large that it has to be taken care of? That's where she and I agreed. Yeah, it was just it wasn't a large enough value.
Yeah. So we can have Katie come to the next meeting, but this is a annual process of when handbook, student code of conduct, things like that need to be upgraded or changed in the eyes of the principals and the administrative team, then they make those changes. So there haven't been any changes since when we instituted this new policy across the district. So, if Katie felt that there should be some changes needed, or Romeo or the elementary principals, they would have come forward and presented those changes in the handbook here. But we can certainly have her come and field questions.
Definitely two different buildings. Definitely two different different folks. How her clientele is so much different than ours, in a good and bad way. She's dealing with a lot more different issues than we have to deal with at the high school.
Monica and Sarah, I understand your concern, but, just realize, trying to police that in the hallways, I've been there, and you've been there when they change classes. It's like mayhem. And I know my kids, my daughter's going to really she's 41, and my son is 38. They did not get a cell phone until they were 16 and driving.
Yeah.
That was the last time, they got, and of course it was flip phones, But, and I can see that, and being in a classroom and trying to have all those kids coming down the hallway. Remember when you would change classes? It was chaotic, even though we were all talking to our friends, but just trying to police those certain students that are on their phones that they're not supposed to be. It would be really a logistical nightmare, but
I agree with that. Policing it, I don't know how that would even happen.
I know.
But the thing is I know that if I was able to have the capabilities that I have today, that would be me. when I was in high school. And I would be in my phone and I would be ignoring life around me because that, I mean, that's how I would be.
Yeah.
And that's how a lot of, I think kids are.
No, and your concerns are certainly reasonable. I think, and again, we need to talk to Katie. I'm not speaking for that, but for instance, lunch at the junior high would be something that could be policed because they're in one spot, so that's an area that if was felt to be some reward there, that could be done fairly easily, I would think.
Yeah, just remember they're also outside in the gym, so I mean.
And in the library, media
You
center.
might have 4 or 5 people, now if they're outside, you just covered all the asphalt too, so, those are all just, if they're just inside one area, it's one thing, but they do spread them out.
Sure.
In junior high, what would be the reason that a kid would need a phone in the day?
Would?
Other than what you said, Stephanie, I'm not. Why? I mean, if they're not driving, most of them, I'm guessing, aren't working because they're.
I would say mostly
13 and
for
under.
after hours. I mean, these kids are in multiple sports.
Oh, no,
and
I understand that. I'm talking about
activities.
during lunch or in between classes.
I don't.
Like,
I
what
don't
is
know.
the?
Well, they don't do it between classes. It's
Okay,
just lunch for the junior high.
But what would be the reason then?
Snapchat.
Yeah, okay, yeah,
Yeah.
right. I mean, there's no actual, reason, but.
That's the only one I know of.
Yeah, okay.
But I don't want to see us possibly not change a policy because we don't think we could, enforce something. Like, I'm just thinking like student outcomes. Like, you look at the places that did get rid of phones and how, the scores and everything went up and less fights, less disruptions. Like, I mean, I know you said Northern Michigan here, we kind of have all the same policy. What if we compared our scores to somewhere that had a no cell phone policy? Like, what are their scores? I'm just trying to look at it from that point of view, too.
Yeah, if that data exists, I want to see it.
That's, I know we got that email a few months back from that school, I believe in Florida, that went to no devices at all, with their scores all going up.
And I would sit and wait and see and count how many do it, only because I don't. The values in the classroom, and I believe that not having those cell phones in there is huge. I love it, except for when their Chromebooks go down. But that's what it is. You pair up with somebody else. However, the ability for your parent to say, my kid's going to have that phone. So that parent, we have those parents to say, you are not taking my kid's cell phone. Well, they were on it again. They're on a cell phone plan. They've got to check it in. Nope, they're going to put it in their bag. You're not getting their cell phone. They're going to have it. They need it for that emergency. We will have, I bet you, 10% of our students, so over 100 parents would say in our building, you are not taking their phone. And we don't battle that parent when they're on a phone plan. We consistently say, Steph, you're going home. You're on your phone. You weren't supposed to be on it. And we remind the parent, and they continue to, that parent is not going to change their mind. They'll come pick them up. There's not a debate. There's not an argument. But we remain consistent on it, and we believe it's in their best interest, and turn it over.
The other thing that I would kind of defer to you, Rome, to talk about more is what's happening in the building with the staff and the kids in the hallway between classes. The dance parties and the fun, and when they're policing, you're losing that. So I guess I would ask you to talk about that.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because our Fridays are fun Fridays. Kelly Hackery, our behavior tech, started doing it, moving throughout the buildings. She has a ghetto box about this tall from the floor, of course, and about 8 of them come throughout the building, and they've been going to the main office, and they do a dance from 7:15 to the bell, and kids are walking through the gauntlet. They're dancing. They're engaging. I'm taking photos, of course, because I'm posting it. And I'm asking, you want to be, and we encourage them, but they're having so much fun. They're having so much fun that the goal of doing that is to engage them. One of the things I push for, and I know teachers can't be out every hour, but to be out on the platforms. Like our teachers in the upstairs classes, they all congregate, and they're connecting with kids as they're coming by. And there's more conversations with adults and kids than ever have happened before. Now, can you be out in the hallway every hour if you're a teacher? Not necessarily, because you might have Mary who's staying after, and you've got to help her with stuff, so you're not going to get out there. But it really is a camaraderie thing where it's not only engaging with the teachers, but they're engaging with the kids, and it's fun. And so that fun in the morning is if you haven't seen it, the one parents look at us and say, you come in and join us, park and come on in, because kids are laughing and smiling. hide, and they are hiding. They do hide. Lisa's down there dancing too. But it is just so much fun. It really is. So I think that encouragement of are they losing anything on the cell phones? I would gladly want to see the stats from those other schools and really have that conversation with how are you policing it? If they're using lockers, and I think it's possible to look at that. But again, for us right now, the other schools that we've talked to, it doesn't have the need to do it right now. Only with the schools that I work with.
Yeah, my kids didn't have phones when they were in junior high, so I can't really speak to that. Like, we just didn't. They didn't have them, so I have no problem with.
And I think that's true too. I think that's true. There's more. That cell phone break for those kids is like that 6th, 7th, 8th grade, where as a parent you're saying, do I want to add another phone to my line? How many restrictions do you put on? And I know 3 or 4 parents that have kids at the junior high, and I love that they put restrictions on them because there doesn't need to be this freelance phone in front of them all the time. The elementary kids that are sitting on the phone, we know the damage that's doing to them, the access that they have and everything else. So I applaud you for that. I agree. Mine won't either.
But in high school, I never hear from my kids. I will, if I do text them, I'm like, why have they not read my message yet? And they're like, oh, we're not on our phones. No. Like, they use their phones way more at home than
big time.
in
I think
school.
and we just don't see them out in the hallway. We don't. I just don't see it. They're not.
See, like, this pushback with kids now. It's kind of like technology and reading and writing. They want to come back. They want to have the face-to-face because they're almost looking at the screens going, I can do this all the time, anytime. I just want to have a conversation. Which, maybe society's swinging that way. I don't know. We'll see where it goes.
Dave, a logistical question. If we want to change anything in the handbooks, how much time do we have? If we want to anything about this stuff, that's what I'm looking at too.
We've done this in the last 2 years, I think, where we temporarily approved it pending something else coming. I don't remember what that was exactly, but
yeah,
I feel like we approved it prior to August 25th, whatever our first day is this year. And then we went back, I think in January, we were going to make a change if needed, but I don't think we ended up making that change. So,
okay.
If you approve them with that understanding that, we may revisit the cell phone policy, obviously it'd be best to do that, to have it resolved by the first day of school, rather than all of a sudden switching the policy.
My push on that would be to wait. If you're going to do a study, do a year study and really look at it, because you definitely, any changes you do, you want to do at the beginning of the year. Any mid-year changes are so tough.
Yeah.
And we also have the legislature who brought that up. They had I think the Senate wanted absolutely no devices on property, and the House was looking more towards local control, and it's dead at this point. And they could revive that at any moment, and then we wouldn't probably have an immediate effect on that, any law there, but they're still investigating it as well. So I would suggest our policy is working right now.
At the high school?
Yeah, and the junior high and the elementaries. I mean, these were developed by the administrative teams.
And we can always revisit it, look at what Monica suggested about the looking at researching it.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be, and then we could always revisit it next year.
Yeah, like I did explain to her too, make sure we're looking at schools of size, because a lot of these are gang-related issues. They have cell phone being on and drugs.
Yep.
Large.
And the colors.
Cities, it's a drug and gang issue too, because of communication. And so, that reverses back to our social media. We have less bullying, harassment because of this, because they're not on their phones much. They're not connected there. They just have seen a real decrease.
I would offer too, just as they became increasingly, unwelcome in class, my daughter and I started emailing. So if parents need to get in touch, that seems to be an approved way to reach your kid. Yeah.
Can parents email at the junior high level? I feel like it used to bounce back at it. 6 and up, you can. Okay.
K-5 students cannot receive outside of APS email just for safety. But 6th grade it changes.
Well, how does each class handle like Apple Watches or
Yeah, the earbuds and the Apple Watches, it's, it's a policing piece.
Yeah.
You really have to watch. When you see a kid doing this, they're on their watch, and you come up and do the same thing. So we take the phone, we take the watches and the earbuds. It's a threesome.
I actually prefer if they had the watches, because that way,
I said
like, if
that
they're
aloud, didn't
parents,
I?
they could at least see it, and
Three
they
for-
can't do anything else but text their parents or something. Like, I
Yeah.
feel like that's not as bad.
Yep, I did it.
Dave, question for you. I know over the last year or even 2 years, there's been an increase in disciplinary actions that you've had to address. I mean, you brought that up previously. My question is, as you're working through those, how many of those, especially with the increase, involve something to do with pictures or texting or cell phone usage? Because that would be a good, indicator.
Yeah, anecdotally, vapes and distribution are the majority of what I'm seeing. And it's hard, I would have to go back and really look, because by the time they come to me, they're not coming to me for technology misuse or something like that. They're coming to me for the event that may have followed that technology misuse, and so I may not be aware that it started via, texting or those sorts of things. But I gotta tell you, hands down, Summer, you sat in all of them. I mean, it is around vaping and, I don't know, is narcotics the right word anymore, or THC and things like that. They're coming for fights, but many of those fights, I just know one where we've used the video evidence of them filming the fight, but I can't say that the phone was what caused that fight. So we haven't finalized our discipline data for the year, so I can certainly bring that to the board. And
again, just a question.
And that's why they can't take it to the bathroom with either, because if they're looking to get a vape, they want to connect. That's why we don't have them take their phones. Because I would text you to bring me the vape because you got the vape and we're going to share it, and that is easier done than you'd believe. Yep, pick it up and I'll leave it behind the sink, and you can get it next. And they don't care about it. It's like sharing nasal spray. Why would you do that with anybody?
Romeo, do you feel like at the high school that you said 85% of the staff were in favor? Do you feel like everyone now, is it pretty cohesive that all the are there any staff members who are like, doors closed, you can use your phones type of thing, or?
If they do, and we walk in, it's not going to be good. I mean, there'd definitely be a conversation afterwards. I think they would. There's a few, especially the upperclassmen teachers, would like the autonomy to be able to use it, like in some situations with AP and a couple situations like that. But they just don't, because it's a slippery slope. You just can't. And we do have other teachers policing. They walk through the halls and they'll say, "Eric, go by Eric Lawson's class. You'll see 5 or 6 kids on their phones," and they'll tell us because they want that consistency. And they're not narking. They're saying, I want my teammate to play by the same rules I play by. And yeah, it makes them the bad guy when they have to do it. And so we have that conversation quite a bit. Lise, what would you say would it be?
She's the bad guy?
No, she's not the bad guy. She's an influencer. She's an influencer.
No, I'm definitely the teacher, like, she's so mean, because I take the phones. Yeah, and yeah, people do walk around and they see, and it is hard when you're the teacher who is the mean one taking the phone or the earbuds or the watch, and the person down the hall is not really paying that close of attention. So.
And they have to be held accountable too, and sometimes it's a simple conversation to be just more aware. You've got to be aware of your classroom. And especially if there's a lot of conferencing and kids are working on their own, you've got to move around. You can't sit.
I had a Title I teacher tell me you can't teach from your desk.
Do you? I'm sorry. Didn't mean to
No,
interrupt.
just that's what I was told. You
Do you
can't teach from
suppose
your desk.
From a board perspective, maybe prior to a semester break, halfway through the year, we could get some data, maybe from some of the schools of similar size that have implemented this, and maybe some of the disciplinary data, which would come from administrators as well,
and kind of quantify this so we can see kind of if there are low-hanging fruit or if there is low-hanging fruit. And if there is, great. And if not, we say not a problem and move on. So the goal would be, Dave, by midterm.
Yeah. Good.
Zing.
Yeah, I feel like a little bit. So, yes, it's the answer.
Would that be reasonable to ask them?
goal?
Yeah, let's hear the real goal. Write it down.
But it's not really measurable. I guess suppose we could say.
Make it measurable.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Oh! Let's see if we could, on the spot, right?
Smart goal.
All right.
Just an information.
That's an information request. That's not a goal. Because once we obtained that, then we could actually implement a goal of reduction by 10% by the end of school year.
So like.
Maybe we can count how many phones they take away every month.
What's that?
How many times they take a phone away every month.
Well,
That's a
and I
good
think
place
you
to
have,
start.
You know, over the last 2 years, we have that data.
Really?
Data?
You probably have it wrote down.
Could we possibly see that around halfway through the year, just so we can see over the first semester what that looks like?
We can, yeah, we can share that prior to the semester, because it's, for us, it's readily available.
Mm-hmm.
For the other districts, it's gonna take a little bit of.
Sure.
figuring out.
And I can check with my people and see what they use. I don't, we're using similar tools, I'm sure. I guess I never shared my spreadsheet, but we have a good tool.
I feel like,
Created the spreadsheet.
I feel like not last year, but when we came out of our first year with the new policy, I feel like we did an update on.
We did, I can't
on
remember.
behavior to say that it was working.
Mhm.
So we can dig that up and see what we got.
I
But
can do cell phone display.
internal data, our data, we can get that much sooner than.
We could even look at last year's, do last year's numbers, and then do a halfway point, and in January, have Eric Mitchell do a presentation on it for you guys.
You have it broken down by how
Yeah.
many you took the first semester
Yep.
versus second
Yep.
and by year.
Well,
By
I think
year
it'd
for
be
free.
interesting for the kids to know too, like, hey, do the students know we're tracking this data? This data goes to the school board and they're making decisions based on total cell phone bans, based on what you do. Like, you know, I mean, there's big
Theoretically,
Yeah, it's up to you.
There's
They
big
can just do it on their
consequences.
own,
Yeah.
and then we don't have to do anything.
Yeah, that's good.
There's big consequences. It's not just having your phone
This-
taken
this-
away.
This will be the
So
consequence.
I have an idea for the dress code policy then. We could tell them we're gonna track that, and we might have to go to uniform. What do you think, Romeo?
Cheeky, you're doing away with cheeky. Remember, you guys ever remember what my slogan was?
Turtlenecks?
The one year I said, please don't say it aloud anymore.
Say what?
Nope, don't say it, don't even share it. It's a good one.
You're probably yours.
Moving on.
Okay, so just to recap the personal communication before we go any further, I guess, onto anything else and see what else we want. We'd like to get Katie here to share her thoughts on Thunder Bay Junior High. And we want to keep tracking data from you, Romeo, on, at the high school. And if we can get even the numbers of kind of what last year looked like, that'd be great. And
an administrative footnote, if you will, if we are going to make any changes or further address this for the coming year, can we please see it at least 2 months prior to the handbooks being presented, so we're not on that, right before?
Agreed.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think if you got the data in January, you get the 3-year trend, look at the semester data, that'd be discussable points for you guys from February, March.
Which will give us plenty of time to act before the
That's
handbook.
what I'm saying.
as
So
well.
I think a January board meeting to do a presentation on the 3-year trend and what's current for that year would be great.
I think that sounds fantastic.
Task Mr. Eric Mitchell for that one.
Sounds like a step project.
Very good.
Okay, we'll move on to policy 5511, dress and grooming. Do you want to talk on this as well, Romeo, or is this
Summer,
just
you
in
want to
general?
find change there? Okay. I feel bad, you guys didn't eat dinner. So dress code, the dress code piece was, so I've been the head principal for 4 years now. And so this has been a piece that has been part of my life ever since I've been a principal. And as a counselor, I had to deal with dress as a counselor as well. As a teacher, I had to deal with it. So it's always been around. It's just differed from fingertips to crop tops to belly buttons to, what is the 21st century learner look like, and what can we enforce? And again, it comes back to what can we enforce? And what do we do with the students we're talking to? How can we treat them with respect and be respectful with all the different types of people? And the piece that's most difficult is it geared just towards girls? It's not. It's geared towards guys as well, but more so, it tends to always be the dress coding of the females that becomes the issue. And so what Dave and I did was we came together and again consulted with my area principals and said, what do you have? This is what started my conversation with all those area principals was dress code. And so I looked at Petoskey's, I looked at Cadillacs, I looked at Gaylor's. I tried to find like schools. You give me another 3 minutes, please, Summer. And then we tried to look through it, and then that's when we started the collaborations that with those other principals about what are you doing and how are you doing it. And what's driving some of those conversations. The biggest thing for me was always being tactful. When Stephanie was there as a dean, it was much easier because I was the only one dealing with it. I didn't have my APs who were young dealing with it. I dealt with it. It was case by case. And so Dave was a huge brainstormer on this with me as well because I was flustered. I'm going, I could die on this hill. What do I do? And so we went and looked at a whole bunch of different literature. We looked at a lot of different schools besides those, and then came up with plans of saying, okay, how do we make it gray enough that we can live in the zone and not pinpoint and target certain pieces all the time? The fingertips is gone. The fingertips are gone. That went out with pants that went beyond the fingertips and shorts that went beyond the fingertips. And then it's, with tops and bottoms and holes and everything else. And what is distracting the learning environment? The person sitting next to you say, if you're distracted by this, don't look, right? Just stop looking. Don't look. If it doesn't, this should not involve you and what you should be worried about. And that was the piece that we've used. So Dave and I created a letter together that went to parents. I utilize it about 3 or 4 times a year. And really, dress code's got to come from home. It's not a policing agent of the schools. It really is conversations that happen with parents and families. And that's where it's got to start. So each and every one that I dress code, I call the parents. And I talk to the parents. 9 out of 10 have always been supportive. Romeo, we know. But what we see coming in, I told her not to wear that, but I see this other one coming in. And tomorrow I'll probably get that one too. Or I see a guy with a tank top on, can't wear that tank top. We do not want to see your bare chest. We're not going to look at it. And so it's case by case. Again, not painting into a corner. I feel that our policy is so we'll come back to, if you look at Petoskey's, they had a figure in there. That's what I was stuck on. I'm going, okay, I can use their figure. She says, don't use the figure. The figure doesn't even work. I mean, we have the figure and we can't even use it. And she's a female principal, so she's dealing with the same things. And Petoskey has a lot more entitlement than we do, and it becomes an issue.
What do you mean by a figure?
Oh, so Petoskey had a diagram of what the student should look like when they're dress coded. And I think I have it right here. I'll put this down so you can see this. So it was this figure, and it had dimensions and figures and everything on it. And she says, we never use it. It's on there, but that's not what I could use. I can't. And so she said, well, let's take what you did. And so they revised, and they work in the same parameters of and I don't know that she used a letter that we use, but that letter starts every conversation I have with a parent. I said, remember, and if you look at my weeklies, you'll see I do it periodically. If you're in the buildings, you'll see my slideshows. I always have something on there, and it's student driven again. Remember, students are doing these slides, so they're read by students, done by students, and it has more value. And I think the last one that was on there was really, it was good. It was, look at what you're wearing, and is it appropriate for school? Think twice. You know, and when it gets warm, my stomach goes into knots. I hate spring and I hate summer and I hate fall. I just want it to get cold. I want cold in September.
I don't think it's so much that the board actually needs to do anything with this or take any action on the policy. I think the policy's good. I think we just need to leave it up to you guys, honestly, to get this under control. Because, yeah, spring, summer, it's horrible. It's bad.
Yeah, no, it's horrible. I hate it.
So-
and each one is dealt with case by case, but you can't do a swath of arm bringing all of them in. And I'll tell you, my student council will speak to this because this is, so I get their input, and that's part of what I really try to use as a student voice. And they're telling me, you need to lighten up because this is, and they do, that's, they're saying, and my vice president and is, yeah, she'll say, I can dress how my parents allow me to dress. And she's right to an extent. That argument with that parent is going to be how far are you going to push? What are you most worried about?
Well, I agree and I disagree. You know, policy in 8, you said this isn't the responsibility of the policing agent of the school, but we have done it for 200 years. The schools dictated what can and can't be worn. I know when I went to school, there were certain things we weren't allowed to wear. And so, unfortunately, I think it is the policing agent. I agree with Monica that I don't think this is necessarily an action of the board because I think the policy is pretty darn good. I have a couple concerns. One I'll touch on from a security standpoint. We'll separate that out just a little bit. I have had a security guard actually bring up the concern when we have people wearing hoods and stuff over their head. From a security standpoint, that's very, very difficult. And so they had concerns in that respect. And so, here on point D, it says blocked vision, restricted movement. So again, it's within the policy. It's saying, hey, can you or can you not wear these things? And sometimes hoods are in, sometimes hoods are out. I don't know. That's kind of a thing. But from a security standpoint, I think that would be an easy one to address. Not popular, but easy to address. And I've also had several male teachers, I'm trying to wording this appropriately, are very hesitant or scared to say anything about the policy because if they witness something and they speak out about it, it turns back on why are you looking? Yep. And so they won't say anything and they just allow it to happen. I came to visit during the summer. Walked in the door, and within 30 seconds, I saw a couple things that I should not have seen as a grown man. And if this was an employee, I would have fired them for it. And so, again, I understand the difficulty with this. 100% I do. It's a tough, I would not want to be in your position. Not at all.
We're talking stomach and knots.
Yeah, no, again, I'm not saying there's an easy fix here by any means. It's a very, very difficult thing. But unfortunately, it is something that we have to deal with.
On this subject, I was thinking if there is anything the board can do, it might be helpful because it sounds like the parents need cover. It's good for the kid to know, oh, yeah, mom said not to wear this, and then I got to school and I got sent home. So, but the parents maybe need some cover to feel confident that, there are some teeth in this. And then also for the administrators, don't blame me, blame the board. That's kind of something I think is an appropriate function for boards because we make policy. So, if there is a policy that people don't like or isn't popular and the student council doesn't like it, you can say, well, it's that darn board. But, I think in terms of, issues of decency and things like this, that it's probably an appropriate place for us. So I don't know what the policy would necessarily be, particularly if we feel that this is appropriate, but maybe there is something we could do in terms of enforcement. I'm not saying we should, monetarily incentivize every infraction that you bring or something like that, but maybe there is something that we could do, or maybe we could put some more teeth in it. I would certainly personally be comfortable with that.
I want to speak to Eric. I'm sorry, to Eric Hansen's point, because I think something that, and I haven't been in that role in a year now, but something that probably needs to be revisited, that was really done well, was contacting an administrator, like the male teachers, because it is, and if they talk to the student, then why are you looking? And rumors happen. Teaching them, like, chat someone in the restorative center so they take care of it. So I think it's more of a training of what do I do when I'm in this situation, and revisiting, like, at an opening meeting when you come back to school, you are going to be put in these positions. How do you handle it? Let the principals, let the dean, let the counselors handle it.
And if I don't know the student, like most of them I know, so I feel comfortable talking to them with another person, likely a female with me, always a female. But like I'll see somebody walk by and I'll say to Emily, one of my security, check and see where the one is going, and then midway through the hour, please pull them out, and would you have a conversation with them? And she'll do that from that standpoint, only because you don't want to embarrass anybody too. It's so hard. As soon as I grab them and say, Stacy, can you come and join me? Everybody around her knows that's in Barrage talking about her top. Too much back. And I'll say, do you have a sweatshirt? Do you have a jacket? What do you have? It's 900 degrees in here. Yeah. Do you have a jacket? Do you have a sweatshirt? And then we'll call parents, and the parents will bring stuff, but I don't want to miss class either. So it's a conundrum.
Would it, from your perspective, Romeo, you're the one there, would it be helpful for you if, like Eric said, the board established something that had a little more bite to it, so you didn't have to be the bad guy? It actually, because we're the bad guy every day. That's pretty clear.
Right.
Would that be helpful or not?
It's working through the students, I think. Excuse me, I apologize. It's working through the students, too. It's really giving them the voice. And that's where with the student council and looking at that group to lead this charge is more powerful than trying to create an edict with it.
But they're telling you not to go there.
Well, they're saying one in particular, but the rest of them could be comfortable in saying this just isn't appropriate.
Eric, I think one of the, and again, this is Rome's spot on, the bane of our existence, right? As a principal, this is the one that just, it's tough. It doesn't matter how you do it. But I think from a board perspective, one of the things you can do is really, how do you inform the parents? How do you really connect with the parents? I mean, the administrators got to work through this stuff, and it is delicate. By fact of life, it is. But I tell you, if the board could do something to help get the word out and maybe look at things in different lens and really be able to connect with the parents and say, hey, here's what we're looking at. Here's the things. Here's our policy. We need your help with this. They might have a different slant on it and different tone as opposed to, you got to keep again, it's about the relationships you build with the kids and the respect you build with them. I think the board has the ability to level that up, but level it up with the parents because, again, it is spot on. The kids leave. They come to school. Yeah, they might change. They might not change. I mean, you never know what those pieces are. But the reality is when the parents come in and say, my kid looks fine, you're like, unfortunately, that's not acceptable. So maybe that's the
I feel like
angle
that's
the board
more the
could take.
conversations I've had with parents. So they're like, this is parent choice. Like,
Right. And that's, I think, it's really
parent
hard.
decision.
when
Not
you're the
same decision
principal
I'd
because
make,
you're,
but.
you're
No.
still, you still have to have that rapport with the parents also. Where again, from a board level, I think you can do some things and look at things with a different set of lenses. And again, give them that ability to say, hey, this is important for our kids to maintain the culture within our buildings. Because you do, as a principal, you have to balance that line out.
Are you suggesting like a communication directly from the board to parents?
Yeah, and I think it's one of those, not just a singleton. I think, the Rome hit it spot on. One warm day in the spring you don't worry about. It's the second warm day you worry about because you know what's going to happen is everything gets peeled off. And I think it's not just a one and done thing. I think it's that those things, hey, back to school. I promise you the hottest week of school is going to be when we come back to school, right? So plan ahead and say, hey, maybe we're going to send out a couple communications about just so you know what's coming up, here's what it is. Maybe it is the policy. Then after the policy, maybe it's like, here's when we need some help. This is distractive. I don't think it's a one and done thing. I think it's one of those, how do you keep that going? Because again, the parents are going to support it on that side.
Romeo, as an enforcement policy, could you have a rack of sweatshirts?
Funny that you say this. I got in trouble for buying sweatshirts, and I got a deal on them. The problem is the kids love the sweatshirts my wife bought for me to hand out, and they would never give them back. So as they were souvenirs, they were nice hoodie sweatshirts. I gave them out until finally Brady and Julie said, You're done. You are not spending any more money on sweatshirts. So then I had to deal with my buddy who prints them, and I said, what if you made me some shirts that said property of AHS? And so that was what my next move. But literally, like even our clothing closet, which is, you know, it's so difficult because there's just so much garbage in there that we just can't. I would do T-shirts. I would like to do orange T-shirts that
That's
say
what I
property
was
of.
Thinking because
Yeah.
Something
You
they
re-
don't want.
you remember Hope
Yeah.
House?
What-
You remember Hope House?
Oh yeah.
All those girls had to
Wear the same.
No, they had to wear things that made it obvious that they were not where they're supposed to be.
I will gladly donate as many burqas as you want.
Those?
Burqas? Like a full burqa?
What is a burqa?
Oh, don't.
I don't know.
Just go.
Oh!
Everyone will know that they.
You got dress, but honest to God, the T-shirts, but the sweatshirts. Stephanie laughs, but it was finally my girl said, "You done buying sweatshirts?" I mean, they were just, you know, I'd send out and yeah, every color. I had every color, and the kids liked them. But I would like to do. I think the T-shirts is not a bad idea, and with our clothing closet because there's just so it's outdated, and the difficulty is as I send kids down there, they can't find what they want. But T-shirts are it.
Well, I mean, again, we're raising adults, right? And we want everyone to learn to respect themselves and that others should respect themselves. And our main goal is to help these children become adults and the most respectable adults that they can be. So it's about...
And body shaming, too, is another issue that, like, Katie and I, you know, we talk about it constantly. I'd never want someone to feel bad about themselves. And that's the piece that I worry about. From a counseling standpoint, it's important to feel good about yourself. And if that dress allows that, there's a difference between two different people wearing two different things. And that's the difficulty, is the bias. Pardon me? Same thing. You know what I meant. Yeah. Thank you.
But when I was in school, I mean, I don't know how we got here, but I mean, when I was in high school, and it was a while ago, but we couldn't, like, this was like the most tank top that we could have, and we could have shorts 2 inches above our knees, and that was it. And I'm pretty sure we would get sent home and no one even tried because we knew we would get sent home. We knew what would happen if we didn't wear that. And I don't remember any of my friends or anything even pushing it because we knew the rules.
I think times have just so changed with what people wear, what anyone wears. The fashion has just changed. I mean, I even look back at my college pictures and like J. Crew rolling that to the bar.
Right there. You go to Glicks to try to find something, and for anybody 35 and above, it's going to be difficult.
Remember, a lot
My
of
wife
kids
is.
either get it at Walmart, they get it at Meijer, they don't have the ability to go down and state and shop. So what's here and what's on the racks is.
Yeah. But, you know, I know everybody in the room knows this, but I kind of want to piggyback on Sarah's comment. It is not bad for children to come up against adult authority. They need that, and I would even make the case that they particularly when they're younger, they want it. But, you know, I'm not sure. Again, this is the hill we want to die on. But and I kind of getting the sense from, you know, some of you on the staff team is that maybe this isn't, but I guess from a board perspective, that's my feeling. It's not bad for them to have to deal with adult authority.
I would agree, and you know, they are. You know, there's just varying degrees of it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want anyone to walk away thinking we're turning a blind eye to everything. Really, the concern is just the volume that we're dealing with, and you know what our administrative team's spending their times on. And, but yeah, I mean, definitely you're enforcing things, and we do at all the levels.
And I do it at the high school. I'm doing it one by one, and I do record it. It's in student contact. I called home and talked to Matt Poley's parents about his dress. And when it was dressed like a student day, I threatened what I was going to wear. My wife refused to let me do it. It would have been good.
Yeah, definitely
Definitely a tough one.
It is
I think
tough.
As parents, I think we all make different decisions than a lot of parents that send their kids to schools, so.
And it is, it's such a wide variety, and you're 100% right.
Then we all make.
I think that would help.
Yes.
Yeah, it goes full suit.
No, I think that would go a long way.
I do too.
You know, just showing that you support the administrators. Parents knowing that, because they always want to go to that next level immediately, and they know that you're just gonna say.
We are enforcing-
What did the administrators
we
say?
support this
I
policy.
think that'll speak
Chain
volumes.
of command. I would like, it could go out early on, because this is those pieces that come out before school starts.
Well, it's even, it could be a go out early on, then a reminder.
And for
Yeah.
orientation as well, it can be brought up then.
Yep, no, that's why early August, I've been thinking of that, to craft a letter from all of you guys that would go with my stuff and be outstanding.
We show you what not to wear.
Well, I've talked about having a dress show, I have.
Oh, dress shows, that's kind of fun.
talked
Student
about
council
doing it.
should do a dress code of like,
I want to see her. Shorts.
no, not things not to wear, but cute outfits
Cute
to
outfits,
wear.
what you
that-
can, what
Yeah, like,
I would love to say here,
Yeah.
no back, I would love to say no midriff, I'm with it, man, I'm with the, I mean, it's like, oh,
Romeo, sun's gone down, let's go.
I didn't even have time.
it's so fun though.
Remember, he missed.
This is our bonding.
That's right, I seen that.
Let's eat a meal together.
Okay.
I like it when she said it.
Romeo,
All right.
see what your tardies
Okay.
cost you?
Charitable gifts, we don't have anything listed quite yet, but we will be ready for that. I assume we've gotten some. None. Okay, well, charitable gifts will be some long burkas and some knee-length t-shirts. Okay, advanced planning, July 28th here at,
I don't think that was.
okay, gang. Sarah and Romeo. Gavel. All right, advanced planning, July 28th here as our regular meeting, organizational meeting actually. August 18th, monthly workshop meeting. August 25th is the regular board meeting, and also the first day of school. How many days, Dave? Oh, thank goodness. All right, and we won't go any further than that. So with that, we will adjourn.
Good night.